sector see as the pathway forward in this crucial industry. Thank you all for your dedication and for being part of these crucial discussions at Nui Te Kōrero 2023. Nō reira, kia ora hui hui mai tātou katoa.
Did you see what we did there, team? Clearly she was supposed to be first on yesterday. But we decided that, you know, she will be first today. Nā reira, e mihi ana ki te minita rā, tō tātou nei tuakana e Willow Jean, me ona kupu whakamiha ki tātou katoa. So we're back into day 2 e te whānau. Thank you for all coming back. So today we thought would be way more organised and we would usher everybody over to this side. The reason for that is we had a bit of a congestion happening at the doorway quite often. So, whānau, if there's an emergency and we're all stuck in the doorway, we're not going to get out very fast. So we just encourage everybody when you come back, you know, you might want to sit by someone new. I know we get very, you know, like, this is my seat. This is my table. I'm not moving anywhere else. But hey, last day, mix it up a little bit, get to know others as well. So as you see, we've got a very empty table up the front here. Whānau, if you want to walk down in front of everybody and be that guy, that scene, you're more than welcome. Also, yesterday I made a lot of reference to our Creative NZ kaimai, but I didn't really know how to distinguish who's who. So now I know. Today we're going to get it right. Orange lanyards, those are the people that you're going to get the help from. What else have I been told to say today? Oh, this morning I checked out the Wairere ropu, amazing mahi going on in there. Please get yourselves over there if you haven't yet and contribute to the artwork. Also, I had a little go on the feedback machine this morning. You've got those options. You can leave a message, you can do the iPad thing, or you can write your note and post it. What else? Just remember where our exits are, whānau. You see the green man running? Could be a green wahine running, actually, as well. The green person running, that's where you're going to head to. Nā reira e te whānau, without further ado, it is my absolute privilege to introduce our first keynote speakers for today. I'm going to have a little laugh because it says in here, Mike and Hinekaa, a husband and wife duo. Ko tētahi te hoa, ko tērā atu te rangatira, ko wai, mā kōrua e whiriwhiri. Engari he whanaunga ki ahau, nōku te Waimarere, ka tae au te whakaatu ki te meninga ko wai kōrua. Kātū kai awhitia te nuku, kātū kai awhitia te rangi, tū apiti, tū aropaki, tawhito tipua manea nea rarau. Nā reira e kōrua rarau mai nei, ki tēnei o ngā atamira, kia whakapuaki o kōrero ki runga i te meninga. Tēnā kōrua. Hinekaa Mako and Mike Smith e te whānau.
I'm going to just... Toroa, the great, wandering, white-winged albatross glides on the currents of our atmosphere, supported by tāwhiri mātea. Sea foam mist dissipate at the feet of our tupuna maunga ko paritutu a tai. Here I stand. Ki runga I te pai o rua putahanga, me tia mai taku tuakana a te aorangi I nanai. Ko tō kutu wakahii. As I stand here, he tamahine a tāne, atu, I raise up this symbol. taranaki tikanga, taranaki whakapapa. Ka rano te poi. I tēnei hui, for this poi and greeting. To this hui, nui te kōrero, he reanga hau, he whakaaro hau. E tia nei, he toroa ka rewa tā uri ki te rere a te a pura pu ko upari tutu a tai. Koto kutu wakaihi ki te tihi. Takutiki amorangi hikitia ki runga mā takitia mai e te tini e te mano. Tumai e rangi haparangi te kōrero whiu a mataha hora takapau ana papatu a nuku takahanga wai wai. Okai akamua, te ara pi oi, te ara iwi iwi, te ara mātua, ku wā pāwera, e reka reka kauana e. Paihora. Ka tuku reo, ka tuku mauri. Nei rā te ki. Oh, that's Mike's.
Sorry, could you put the other PowerPoint up, please?
Aroha mai koutou, I thought we had mentioned I'll be starting. Taiho tētahi miniti. Ai au e. Tērā pia i te nei wā. Ka tuku aku me I aroa. Kia koutou. Koutou I tai pai nei ki taranaki. Nei he mokopono o te maunga titoia. Nei hoki he tauira. He tauira mai rāno. Tainoa ki te mutunga pia. I poipoia ngā pukumai I te reo o taranaki. He wānanga e ki ana, e hiki ana te reo me ngā tikanga o taranaki. Nō reira, ki aku tini anau ngāhi kāroa e no o nei. He aroha e kore e mutu ki a koutou. Tino hari kua te ngākau, kua tai mai ana ki tēnei hui. Te hui nui, te kōrero me ki. Kei te tātere tōnu au mā aku pikitia. I think it's called H. Mako. Meanwhile. And perhaps I'll just explain. So, oh no, I te tuatahi hoki, kamihia kawatsuki a Creative NZ. I was granted a residency support to Banff Creative Arts Centre in 2019. It was the first time I had tonot for any putia tautoko to start to do some creative mahi in writing. I'm a graduate of the Modern Letters Institute at Vic Uni. He utia no, I went to the indigenous spoken word poetry storytellers group who sat in Waitangi for about 3 weeks, 12 of us. It was very intense, and I had pitched that I was going to go and write a creative narrative poem in the structure of karanga about climate change. I get there and it's extremely high altitude in the middle of mountains and I couldn't breathe properly. And the pressure when you try to just walk outside in minus 20-something degrees to get from the accommodation to the workshop space. It took a few of us about, I don't know, half an hour to walk from here to that doorway outside, just stopping to breathe and acclimate the first week. So I couldn't do karanga. And what I decided instead was I scrambled to find some wool and bought some soft toys from the op shop, pulled the guts out of it, found some, Ona was gifted some beautiful fabric that had beading patterns on it and made poi there because it's a source of strength, it's a source of culture and identity. It invokes our cosmology here in Taranaki. It invokes our navigational history, so much more. You probably have heard the last couple of days references to our poi. Karano te poi. So I'm in Canada, scratched the idea of writing a karanga to perform, and I decided to pull on the inspiration from my whanaunga. I wanted to acknowledge Alice Te Punga Somerville, an amazing professor of literature across the Pacific and of Te Ao Māori. So Alice had done a performance, spoken some poetry, and then she said, I'm going to experiment, and she pulled a poi out and she did a poem that she had composed about parihaka. I can't replicate, I can't remember, but it blew my mind because she spoke in English as she used the poi to illustrate her and keep rhythm to her poem. And I thought, that has just made so much more accessible. Okay. So much more knowledge, more accessible, because we often do our pao, our ngiri, our pātere. The pātere I did was composed by, that was the first section, Ruakire Hont, you would have heard him speak. And that pātere is centred on a kōrero about tino rangatiratanga. On that note, I'm going to hand it to Mike, who's got some excellent supporting, helpful tips on how we achieve tino rangatiratanga. Thank you, everybody.
As creatives, you'll probably be familiar with the adage, you've got to fake it till you make it right. And so
Tell
when
the
you have a
story.
problem, a technical problem, or you forget your lines, or you snap the nib on your pencil, you've got to just be that exact thing, be creative. So good on you, Hinekaa. That was a good recovery. We're trying to sort out the technical problems. No fault of our technical crew. There was just a delay in transferring the files over, so I'm going to tag in. And question, why did the artist bring a pencil to the climate change, what is this, conference? Answer being because he or she wanted to draw attention to the issue. Thank you. That's a pretty lame dad joke. Yeah, my kids just... They just give me heaps every time I try to come up with something funny. But that, in fact, is why we're here. We're here to look at how is it that we bring attention to the climate crisis as creatives. And hopefully I'm going to add something to that mixture today. So up on the screen there, first of all, taranaki maunga, taranaki tangata, tēnā rā koutou katoa. Ngā waka ngā reo, ngā mana koutou ngā rangatira katoa, huri no i te whare nei, tēnei te mihi atu kia koutou katoa. So, and greetings also to you, Te Aorangi. Te Aorangi is such a great leader.
She is.
Yep. She's firm, but she's kind, and that's what you want in a leader. Firmness and kindness together. She's pretty serious when she wants to be. She's quite a serious wahine, but she's awesomely funny as well. And that's what you want in a leader too, you know, somebody who can be serious and intent, but gentle, and to approach the tasks that are confronted by us with a sense of humour and a happy spirit. And Te Aorangi, you are all of that. And so we're funny because we're like that, and we like that a lot. So good morning everybody, all the administrators, the governors, the practitioners of the arts sector of Aotearoa New Zealand. It's a real honour and a privilege, and it's also nice to be here with you today. So I want to focus on the influential role the arts sector can play in fostering a climate-conscious society, and the transformative approaches organisations can adopt to usher in this pivotal change. The arts have always had the power to shape societies, influence individuals, and reflect the values of a culture. This creative sector that you belong to and that you ignite can ignite conversations, mould opinions, and inspire change like no other sector in our society. It's crucial then for organisations within the arts sector to lead the way in the transition to climate consciousness. Now, when I sourced the image that you see up there, I had in mind a representation of the choices now before us as a society and as a sector. Whether to, number one, provide the creative entertainment for the destruction of human civilization, which that in some way depicts the classic fiddling while Rome burns. So that's a role that we can play, is to sort of help numb our minds and our spirits and our souls and divert attention. Or, equally, that image could represent a creative call to action. The person, the musician, the thinker, the intellectual, who is banging the drum, who is ringing the bell, or in this case is playing the fiddle. And so I think that those are two directions that the arts sector can choose consciously to go down. So the arts sector can serve as the crucible for social change. It can disseminate the urgency of the climate crisis, encourage transformation, and that's a key word I think all of us, if you're taking notes, write down transformation, because it's transformative change that we must embark upon right across our society. So we can encourage that transformation and generate a collective sense of responsibility through the medium of music, film, visual arts, literature and more. When the arts presents climate issues in a emotive and relatable terms, it becomes more challenging for people to remain indifferent. Such is the power of art. Organisations must adopt a transformative approach to transition, and the arts sector needs to transition towards climate consciousness. So what does that involve? It involves, firstly, a vulnerability and risk assessments. And if we could go to slide 1, where are we here? No, that's not working either. Oh, there we go. So these are the types of impacts on the arts sector that we can anticipate as a result of the climate crisis. There will be event cancellations or relocations due to storm events, whether or not they're floods, cyclones, overheating, droughts, wildfires, all the type of extreme weather events that are not just coming but have arrived. There's the impact on cultural narratives, and I just want to expand on that a little bit, in the sense that a cultural narrative is the shared story or collection of stories that we tell ourselves and explain and give meaning to the different aspects of our existence. It's that narrative about who are we as a nation, what do we stand for. It's about our history, experience, values, beliefs, identities and traditions, the cultural narrative of Aotearoa. And these narratives are an essential part of any human society. And they're central to the construction of our individual and collective identities. Who are we? What is the story that we tell ourselves, our families, our communities, our nation and the world about what it means to come from these islands? And these stories help to maintain social cohesion by providing a sense of belonging, purpose, and understanding. And I think that over the years, that's really been rocked as the cultural narrative of Aotearoa has been somewhat challenged. And so there's a little bit of insecurity out there at the moment. But I think the arts plays a crucial role in stitching together a new narrative about what it means to be from Aotearoa going into the future. Getting back to the impacts on the arts sector, we're going to see disruption to supply chains, as we've seen over COVID, and certain materials won't be available as the impacts of climate change impact globally. On the more positive side, there's a potential for ecological art movements to grow from this disruption as people in the spirit of hope and progress come together and work collectively to work our way through the problems. There's going to be infrastructure and cultural heritage risk. We've only got to look at, say, Te Papa, for example, sitting down there on the wharf as it is, as our preeminent a place where we curate our identity, our arts and artefacts, sitting there on the wharf. That's going to have to move sometime soon. And so we could probably, as part of a risk and vulnerability audit, there probably needs to be some research done about the infrastructure and where we house our arts and where we produce our arts and their vulnerability to climate change. There's going to be an economic impact as a result of climate change as economies tighten and there isn't that type of disposable income to spend on high art. And so there may need to be a shift to looking at different economic systems in order to support the arts. There's going to be the shift to digital platforms, which we're already seeing at scale at the moment, and really interesting things happening in AI at the moment. I don't know how visual artists feel about the fact that digital artwork is winning photography contests internationally, and video makers are somewhat redundant by the fact that AI will make videos for you these days. You just type in the right commands. So all of that's shifting as well. Just by way of example, I wanted to show you this little clip. Oops. Oh, actually, no, I should have clicked to the slide. Getting back to the cultural narratives, this is the cultural narrative that I grew up with in the 50s, 60s and 70s, into the 80s and the 90s. It was all about the agricultural sector, foot rot flats. I'm showing my age here. Some of you millennials will be scratching your heads about some of this. Top left is Fred Dagg in the Trevs, Barry Crump, the Southern Man, and how that translated into a form of politics around the agricultural sector. And we're seeing a lot of pushback in terms of climate from that sector at the moment. New Zealand, clean and green. But moving ahead again, getting back into sequence, here's this little digital clip that my kids put together. They said, "Oh, we want to help you, Dad, so we're going to put this little clip together that appeals to our age group." I'll just play it for you.
I don't feel good about what's going on with this weather lately. Hi, Papa. People here running me. We've let too much pollen pollute the skies, and now the whole world's heating up. And it'll keep getting worse unless we put our foot down. Hi, Papa. How do we do that? Remember our old ways. Go, Papa Maori. You young people need to lead the change. I'll get the crew together and make a plan. Make sure your aunties and sisters are there, Tama. Aye, Papa, we'll fight climate change with our whole whānau.
Oh, my kids will be tickled pink that you like that because, and I certainly did. It was, they make these things on their phones now, right? And then they put them up on social media, and next minute you've got thousands of people watching them. So it's really accessible in a direct form of art that's been democratised some way by its production and its distribution. So, yeah, digital. Still having problems shifting screens, folks. I'm pushing the button furiously here, Aidan. Stop it, he says. Okay. Well, of course, all of this is going to require transformation, getting back to the theme of my talk. From resource utilisation to waste management, the arts sector must embrace environmentally friendly practices. And so this involves choosing sustainable materials, reducing energy consumption, and promoting recycling and reuse in art creation and presentation. It involves developing climate-centric narratives, and artists and creators should be encouraged to explore narratives focused on nature and the economic and political systems that are driving climate change. It's not enough just to talk about the impacts and the effects, but we must consider what are the drivers if we are to roll back climate change. And roll it back we must. So by presenting climate-related themes in their works, artists can spark dialogue and raise awareness on these critical issues. Through educational programs, and the art sector should endeavour to educate the public about the impacts of their choices and actions through workshops, exhibitions, performances that highlight climate issues. The sector can motivate people to adopt more sustainable practices. Collaboration with Māori climate entities by forging partnerships with Māori organisations from which I represent and partnerships with other organisations, not just us, the arts sector can amplify the impact. Joint initiatives, events and projects can bring more attention to climate concerns and present multidisciplinary solutions. So if we can jump out of our silos, and the challenge for us is to get out of our silo too, but to work collaboratively with, as a whole of society approach to the emergency. There's an implementation strategy. To realise these approaches, a robust implementation strategy is vital. There are the policy frameworks. And arts organisations must develop and adhere to comprehensive environmental policies that govern their operations, ensuring climate responsibility in every aspect of your work. There's incentive structures. Granting bodies and patrons should prioritise funding for projects that promote sustainability and address climate change, incentivising climate-conscious art creation. And that's something I think I'd like to think some of your funding organisations take back to the office next week to have a think about how climate can be prioritised on the basis that it's a declared global emergency. Audience engagement. So audience participation in climate-centric artworks and initiatives is essential for fostering a climate-conscious society. Innovative engagement strategies can make climate activism accessible and appealing to the masses. And I remember back in our formative years when we were activists in various campaigns over the decades, we'd have things like art installations and participatory things where people could join in. One of the ones I remember was a big picture frame, and it was called the frame of reference. And we invited people to step through their frame of reference to consider other possibilities and things. So it was a physical way of moving body, moving mind through iconic symbols in order to shift consciousness. There was the guerrilla theatre that used to take part on the streets in lunchtime crowds and urban settings. There was the music and the performing arts elements of the various campaigns that we've been involved in over the years. Because by integrating climate consciousness into the arts, we can support a national climate movement, and that's what we need. We need a national climate movement. And I'm asking you as the arts community to be in the vanguard of that movement. Hinekaa and I were in Mexico a few years ago, and she made a beeline for Frida Kahlo's house and spent some time going through and looking at the all the elements of where she lived and the life that she lived. And of course, her and her husband were instrumental in supporting the liberation movements in Mexico and other countries at that time by representing those struggles and those ideas in their art. And indeed, because they were somewhat famous artists, they were selling some of their works and funding some of the activities that they were involved in at that time. So I think the arts movement, can play a pivotal role in that type of social change. Now the election is upon us, and it appears that if all the polls are correct, it looks like the climate denialists may win, or some sort of a coalition assembly of climate denial. And this would be catastrophic for us if that was to occur. And I'm going to try and bring up another screen here. Just leave it to the... Oh, there we go. Thank you, Aidan. And so this is our political scorecard. And just if I can just grab my tool. No. Oh, here it is here. Can't see for the bright lights. So if you look up here at the graph here, you've got the various issues are ranked from treaty issues, taxation, fairness, justice, climate, workers and housing down the left-hand side. Along the top you've got the various political parties. And I must declare that this was prepared by Generation Zero, who is a youth climate movement. And so this is what they came up with. And so if you look down to climate, they're saying Labor, they're scoring them a C. National, they're scoring them an F. The Greens, unsurprisingly, get an A. And ACT get an F. And Māori Party gets an A. So from a climate point of view, if it was a coalition of National, ACT, and I wonder why New Zealand First isn't up there, but they're not particularly climate progressive either, we'd be in a fair amount of trouble. They're going to reintroduce things like fossil fuel mining. They're going to wind back on some of the climate funds and redirect that money into tax reduction and things like that. So it'd be quite disastrous for the climate. So I just put in a plug, shameless political plug, as we go into the election. I'm not going to ask you to vote for anybody in particular, but I'd ask you to consider where your vote goes in relation to the climate issue. In terms of the societal impacts, so when organisations in the arts sector embrace climate consciousness, they empower society to confront and combat climate change. And I would say the reason why we're not getting the kind of cut through on the issue of climate change is because the general public the climate issue hasn't landed sufficiently in the consciousness of our people yet. So there's still some work to do in raising the awareness of climate throughout our country. And once again, that's a central part of my appeal to you as practitioners and as arts funders, that you play a really, really important role in embedding this climate consciousness within our society. So I ask you to rise to that challenge. Now we're just going to go to the final slide here, which is the one in black, Aidan. And this is a piece of film that we put together. It's a tool that we put together to address the climate issue in terms of risk reduction and management.
Aotearoa, te waipunamu me te ika Māori, mai te hiku o te ika ki Rakiura. Kei te ao hurihuri nei, he wero hou, he wero nui kei mui a tātou. Ki tō tēnā pito, ki tēnā whānau, ki tēnā hapu, ki ngā iwi katoa huri noa, me mōhio te iti me te rai, tēnei tua uatanga e kia nei he take a uarangi. Ka piki haere te wera, ka tere heke mai te kaha o ngā hua o te raru nei. Mai a papatu anuku ki a rangi nui, he uti anō rā, mā tātou tātou anō e whakatinana hia ngā tikunga I tuku iu. Mā ngā kawa a whakapapa, ki tō tēnā ki tō whenua, ki tēnā me tō kainga, ki tō marae, ki o wai, ki uta, ki tai. Anga mai ki tēnei, heke te āwhina, he māhere pai tāniko, ara he GIS. He papatohu āta tirohia tātou o te Ao Māori ki te Ao Māori, āhua mau mōwhi tirorohiko. Mā tēnei papatohu, ka taia e tātou te titiro ki ngā kāinga e whakararu ana ngā tae horo whenua. Me ngā āhua ranga, ka rewa ngā tae katoanga te whenua hukapapa, ara ko te tiri o te moana, te Antarctic. He tohu ki te māhere pai tāneko, e tohu ana i ngā kāinga i te raru. He māma noi ho te kōrero, te hui ngātahi, me te wānanga ki ngā wā i tino raru hoki. Kia whai hua ake te mai wakatika. Ka tipu te raru ahi wera. He mea nui te mōhio i ngā rohe ka raru. E whakātu ana te papatohu nei i ēnei wāhi. Awhina ana ngā hapori kia wakarite ki mua i te wā e tau mai ana i te raru.
Welcome to our GIS, Geographic Information System. Here you can map and analyse data to make smart choices about climate change. It is a powerful tool for protecting our people and future generations. This tool helps us to identify sea level rise and its direct impact on our marae and papakainga. You can see into the future and which properties and community spaces are at risk. It is not just a map. It is a way to plan and protect our whānau and homes from the challenges of climate change. You can also identify areas of high risk to wildfires. Here you can see the Warawara forest in North Hokianga, which is surrounded by Māori land blocks. Using this tool we can develop strategies to mitigate the risks and plan for evacuation should the worst happen. We have loaded into the system all of the resource consents data from every regional council across the country to give us the ability to understand the kinds of pressures on our atmosphere, waters, and lands. Also to identify who is responsible for any breaches. As this system develops further, we will include compliance and enforcement data to understand the responsiveness of the statutory agencies. Climate change is having a dramatic impact on our moana. Heat waves and ocean acidification have resulted in the collapse of many life forms. The predictions are that this will accelerate into the future, severely impacting commercial fishing and aquaculture. We have uploaded hundreds of data sets that give us insight into the realm of tangaroa and actionable intelligence to help us shape our relationship with the moana into the future. We can see where there are various species concentrated, what their habitats are, and what damage we are currently inflicting on these environments. As many hapu are reasserting traditional management tikanga such as rāui, we gain insights into the recovery of our mana, rangatiratanga, and kaitiakitanga. As we develop our own stories around climate responses, risk assessment and resilience, we can incorporate a range of hapu and iwi narratives into the GIS system within a password-protected, secure area. Included in the GIS platform is a documents section containing useful reports and analysis. This includes a comprehensive archive of local body authority climate plans.
What we are trying to do is to break that down into digestible pieces of information and applying creative tools to that information to make it easily digestible, either at a really basic level. I'm not saying my kids are basic, but basically they're doing that part of it, which is to try and simplify the messages right down into very soundbite formats. On the other end of it, we're trying to reinterpret the scientific information and put that into usable tools and visual tools, and creative processes can really unlock and open up the analysis around climate. And so once again, it's all the creative minds that have dreamt up a lot of the technology, some of the thinking around how to present information to groups to make it easily digestible. So I'm not too sure what you think about it in terms of being a creative process. So we certainly think it is, but it might not fit this sort of traditional interpretation of creative pursuits. However, I'd just like to conclude by saying that once again, getting back to the transformative aspect of change, that the transformative potential of the art sector is absolutely immense. It holds the power to incite change, to stir emotions, to create a profound impact on societal norms and values. It's time that organisations within the sector become enablers of climate consciousness. And forgive me if you're already doing that and I'm sort of preaching to the converted. But this is a message that we carry with us across all sectors. It's time for all of us, not just the arts, but everybody. And we require that type of thinking and transformative change from the top to the bottom, from the highest institutions in the land, right through to our behaviour as individuals in the home with our families. So it's completely right across the board. So let's let the art sector be the catalyst for this climate conscious revolution that's required, inspiring generations to come to live harmoniously with nature and ensure the preservation of our precious planet. Because if you were to, as a Māori man and as a Māori activist in previous decades, I think I could fairly say to you that one of our ambitions, if you were to boil it all right down to its essence, it's not about power over others or anything like that, or dare we say co-governance, but it's about protecting the integrity of Papatūānuku. It's about protecting the integrity of the moana. And that's the responsibility that a lot of us feel really deeply right through to our bones. And all of our art is symbolic of nature, the highest form of authority in our worlds. It's not the Treaty of Waitangi. It's the mana of our atua, who are all representations of the natural world. So I'd say that for us at the core, what we're fighting for is that belief system that we must uphold the sacred relationship that we're meant to have with our natural world. Because if we don't, and we haven't, the end game is what's arriving now. The end game of that type of extractive industries, of rampant capitalism, of imperialism, all the isms and schisms, this is the end game. And it's something that we can't afford to lose. We can't afford to lose this battle. So I'd just like to finish and quote Well, there's two people I like to quote. One of them is our tūpuna Kawiti, who, as part of a very long speech, he implored us to titiro atu ki te taumata o te moana. So as to look to the furthest horizon, because there we can see the future manifesting. And so we must raise our chins from looking at our feet and our immediate situations around us and how we're going to, make more money than we made yesterday and all that sort of stuff. We've got to lift our chins and we've got to look to the horizon. We've got to see what it is that's coming. So that's the first quote I'd like to end with. But the second quote is from the words of the novelist Alice Walker, and some of you may be familiar with her writings. And she famously said, the most common way people give up their power is by thinking that they don't have any. And if you think you haven't got any power, well then you've given it up at that point. So you've got to wake up every morning and, as they said in that 1970s disco song, I got the power. Because I was in the 90s. I'm not as old as I think then. But we do, we do. We do have the power. And we've just got to remind ourselves that you individually have got power, but collectively we've got huge power. The power in this room is huge. All of you arts administrators and governance groups and artists, very powerful group here. But we're just 200 people in a room. Just imagine if we step out into the wider society as part of a broad climate movement, with you folks presenting it in such a way that it's joyful. It's like you can be a model, Tauranga. You can be serious but firm. It can be serious but funny. I can be the fifth horseman of the apocalypse, which I'm pretty good at. And Hinekaa can be our beautiful puhi who brings grace and light and into that world. And by pulling this all together, I think that we can roll back the problems that we're experiencing at the moment in terms of getting traction on climate issues. We've got to make it so that politicians wouldn't dare go anywhere near denialist policies or actions. We've got to make it so that politically the mandate is overwhelming for change, deep structural change, and that we must reassure politicians, don't be scared. Don't be scared to do the things that they know and we know are required. Because if you do the right thing, we'll support you. But we also must send them a message, if you don't do the right thing, we will punish you. And so that's what a climate movement can do. So that's my challenge to all of us. Let's not forfeit our power, but use it to bring forth a world where the arts and climate consciousness are intertwined, sparking a flame of change that can enlighten the world. And finally, how many times have I said that? My recommendation to you all is to establish a climate response unit within your organisation, to start doing the risk and the vulnerability assessments, to start looking at how do you direct policy towards supporting climate change. How can you empower artists who are at the forefront? And we all know money drives change, so maybe you need to dangle some climate art funding somewhere to empower the representations of that. And we'd also like you to invite you to partner with us also to help solve this crisis for the mutual benefit of all our children, our mokopuna, and our generations that are yet to come. And that's the challenge for us, those of us who live in this time. We've still got a window in order to make sure we don't go off the climate cliff, but our children are too young to be enabled within the space of that time. We are, and that time's right now. And if we leave it any longer, it's going to go past the tipping points. And I just encourage you to think about those times when you've rocked back on your chair, and we've all done it, and you've gone past that tipping point. You know what that's like, eh? And you get that feeling where you're like, whoa, and over you go. Well, that's a tipping point, and that's where we're at. And we can confidently rock back in our chairs thinking, yeah, I've got this, until we haven't got it. And over we go. And that's where we're at right now. We haven't got it. We're at that point. We've got to bring ourselves back to earth. Nō reira, huri no. Ngā tāringa Māori, kei Wanganui, ngā mihi whānui atu, he mihi aroha ki a tātou katoa. Koutou te tini o tōku nei relations from Europe. I'm just expressing my farewell greetings to our Māori whānau. But to you also, my Pākehā whānau. I'd just like to express, my thanks for the invite to be here amongst you, to share this, to share these thoughts, and to hopefully commit to climate action as we go forward over the next little while. Nō reira, huri no te whare, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
I feel like Mike and Hinekaa always know this sort of kōrero's going to rack me right up. So I'm avoiding a rant right now. We're just going to go into two quick questions, okay, Bado? So this first one comes from Juniper, and I think that you did answer it, but we might go there again. So the question is, some of the most successful ad campaigns, e.g. the Crying Indian in the US last century, have shifted responsibility onto the individual to make sustainable choices. How do we help shift political will to hold industries accountable? Pai te pātai.
It's a really excellent question. Can you flick to the next slide? I'm not going to do a kōrero, but can I do this? There's the, I will refer to notes because otherwise I will get ranty. 2 seconds. Yeah, so I think the way that we language, the way that we speak about or sing about or visualise our communications around this take is really, really important. One of the things that I heard a kuia from one of the indigenous gatherings we were at talk about is let's just stop calling them resources, them being our atua, as Mike referred to, but they are our sources of life collectively, our great big human whānau. So it's collective and structural transformation, which is only possible if we all do it together. So that unity is really core. And my thesis, if we want to call it that, my take today is about rangatiratanga. As Mike said, it is not about power. Kia rangatira, we all know, if we know Te Reo Māori, is to weave together the group, the ope, the masses, to tira mai rā tātou e. And I believe rangatiratanga will change the world because it has to. We centre in rangatiratanga with a confidence to stand beside each other and support each other and to be beside the awa o te māramatanga, as our karaua wrote, the waiata tino rangatiratanga. The awa o te māramatanga is the river of understanding, and that understanding that the river runs into an ocean of knowledge. And so the best decisions can only be made when you're informed, well informed by us, the creative, expressive tohunga of the world. And so I just wanted, I had this idea, we'll put one slide up, and it would be this is our tohunga koka Robin Kahukiwa, and it says, well, a lifetime of learning in that one image, but that basically what we cannot see visually when we're out and about in the world unless we recognise that, you know, the forests are creating the oxygen in the atmosphere, but the toko rangi, what keeps rangi and papa separated, it's as much us now because we are smashing down, we are really hammering the structural integrity of our sources of life. So not sure if that answers the question, how we move from individualism, hyper-individualism in this era, particularly with social media, which is another rant, but I will go into just working together, sharing together, speaking together, eating together, doing this more hui. Kia hui ai tātou kia rangatiratanga ai tātou katoa. Do we have time for the second question?
No, your turn is timing me now. Nā reira, e mihi ana ki kōrua, e mai e Hinekaa, i timata mai te poi, taua poi, e paupau ana tō tātou nei karere o te maunga ki te ao. And then Mike laid it down in another way. Are we going to be kaupapa, kuia and koro, raising climate kids? Or are we going, this is me avoiding the rant, whānau, because I'm feeling it bubbling within me. Or are we going to be ignorant and keep doing what we're doing? And I want to be like Mike. I don't want to assume that everyone in here is being ignorant. I want to assume that we're all on the good path. But just really quickly, Mike and Hinekaa, they came in, sat with our whānau at Ngāti Hawa 5 years ago, possibly. And at that time, they gave us a timeline of 50 years. That was 5 years ago. We're down to 45 years. So, me rongo ana tātou ki te karere, ne? We'll only have ourselves to blame if we don't. Nā reira, nā runga i tērā whakaaro, we'll only have ourselves to blame too if we're late for morning tea this morning. And I want us to get away. Mike and Hinekaa have to head off and catch their plane. So please, whānau, use the functions within the app if you need to talk to them further, and don't swamp them at the door because they've got a taxi waiting for them. Nā reira e hoa mā, kia kaha ki te kai pai, i ngā kai pai o te ata nei. Nau mai rā e ngā hua e hora nei i haria mai nā e koe, i waka tupua nuku, i waka tupua rangi. Tā uia kia re ua kia tama i te ao mārama, e rongo waka irihia ke kirunga, turuturu o uti waka maua kia tīna! Huie! Let's go!
you come back? Live inside my town. Don't want to listen, but the whispers are too loud. My heart is dark. Let's take the car and get away. 'Cause I want to stop a feeling that I will never be enough. So just take me for a ride. Let's fall back in love. I want to stop the feeling that I will never be enough. So just take me for a ride. Let's fall back in love. Cause I want to stop the feeling that I will never be enough. So just take me for a ride. Let's fall back in love. I want to stop the feeling that I will never be enough. So just take me for a ride. Let's
I te o roko hanganga mai, ko te kore. Ko tahi te ki, ko tahi te kōrero, ko tahi te wānanga, ko te kore whiwhia, ko te kore makiki.
written down in the stars, and I keep falling for the way you are. Talked about it for hours, and I keep falling for the way you are. It's written down in the stars, and I keep falling for the way you are. Talked about it for hours,
for words.
Nau mai, hoki mai, ki te whare o nui, te kōrero. Tēnā no tātou. I hope you've all enjoyed your morning tea this morning. Nā reira ai, nau mai hoki mai. Hoki mai ki tēnei wahanga o te ata. We have a performance lined up for you all. Koenei wahine, nō konei ake. He hua no te kohanga reo. He hua no te kura kaupapa Māori. No ngā whare wānanga, ngā kaupapa Māori katoa o tēnei o ngā motu. He kai ako, he kai pāpāho, he kai kawe pūrākau, he kai kawe kaupapa. He pua waiau nō rungu i te tikanga. I am the fruition of righteous procedure. He rau ringa no roto i te raukura, a herb of healing from the sacred emblem. Ko taku raukura rā, he manoa nui ki te ao. My sacred emblem is an assurance to the world. Nā reira, nau mai e te Wairere, nau mai e ngāneko, ki tēnei pai, ki tēnei atamira o tātou, i tēnei ata, tēnā no tātou katoa.
I te oro ko hanga mai, ko te kore. Ko tahi te ki, ko tahi te kōrero, ko tahi te wānanga, ko te kore whiwhia, ko te kore maki ki hirere, ko mākaka, ko io, ko te whetū, ko te rā, rawa ko tau ana te marama, ko ngā pō, ko ngā ao, ka puta ko rangi nui e tui hone, rawa ko papa tuanuku e takotone, i te kohaetanga mai o te ao, i o nuku ko te hanganga, o te rangi ka puta mai, ko puna tōraro, ko hani tōrunga ka noho apuna, ki te whenua hei whakatuputupu mea, e rangi hoki ia, he ira wahine, ki te toi o ngā rangi, ko puna o papa tuanuku e hai. Ka tae mai ki te wao, ka marama te ao. He Pākehō, whakaare he reinga, here ai whakawehe ia rangi raua, ko papa ki te ao, turoa kwa kore he ara, i waenga nui, hei rerenga mahani, mapuna, na puna kariri, ka puta ko te mātautau, ko te wera, ko te hotoke, ko ngā hau o te takiwā, ka tā kiritia, te puru o te ko te wai Māori, me ona tini mea katoa, ko te toi ora o ngā mea katoa o uta nei e. Hai. Ka noho ki te whenua hei o ranga. Hei pupuru hoki te Māori o te ora I whiwhi kai ai, te tangata I whai toto ai, I āhua ai, te uhai whānau ai, ngā kua ingo te ai I tupu ai, I ora hoki ai, ngā mea katoa e whānau mai ana ki ngā tai o te ao, tai noa mai ki te toi ora mō, te tangata ka huaina mai ko, ngene ingoa, ko hani a te wae toa, ko puna whakatupu kai, ko hani a te wae kimi atu, ko puna he rau, ko puna whakatupu tangata e. Ka noho a puna ki te kakao papa tuanuku, kia ruia tonu tia te toi ora ki te whenua kanganga nui, te Māori ora ki te Aotearoa ruia, ruia e. Hai. Nā te koe I te aroa, titiro ki taranaki, e purai ko kai raro e. Nā te koe I te aroa, titiro ki taranaki, ka kite koe I te aua I nā kui tau e. Kai runga taranaki, ngā puna wai mātau, kei roto I oku kamo, ngā puna wai wera e. I nei taku ki taurangi e koro taranaki e kore e motukia te I ota ngai wakatura wau kei roko anga mai te marangai pākia pūmau
tonu te aere, kore iki tia te aere, e kore au, e mo e mate ai. Ka taki taku poi, he poi tupuna, he poi manu. Nau mai rā, ki roto i a tātou o Ngāti te uti e mihi ake nei ki koutou katoa. E aku ranganui, e aku rangatata. E whai ake nei aku nei kōrero. Ki koutou mā, he reo pāke a tēnei, ka tuku atu ki koutou. Ko taku wātua tahi kia tuku aku nei kōrero a pānui nei. Te nuenga o te wā, ko taku kuono me taku reo, ko taku toi. No reira, e te ti e te tā. Whakarongo mai ki e nei kōrero. This poem I wrote on the 5th of September. It is about my daughter and how we raise Atiawa girls. Raising my tamaine, my wildflower, my Kui Eva's namesake, my daughter. You are a journey untamed, a spirit so fierce, a fire that burns glass from black sand. You dance with the wind, laugh so silly yet free, my mini force of nature, my marama full of glee. Your mind's curiosity knows no bounds, it stars the roof of the world. You are uncharted grounds. With every awa, you row your waka wide, embracing adventures with nothing to hide. My daughter is a canvas covered in many colours. They are vibrant, bright, thick and shaded, painting her dreams with pure delight. Her imagination soars like a kahu in flight, creating a world of her own, pure of her own insights. She's a warrior, loud, proud and strong, facing a life full of challenges, righting every wrong. With determination, mātauranga, tikanga and pono, I have no doubt she'll conquer, and she'll conquer it all. A wild tupuna to be, standing moko so tall, but amidst the chaos, riri and ihi, there's a love that is blind to many. Heck, I have to admit, including me. Our bond is unbreakable, but breakable, you see. For her lives, for my heart, is hers, and she is everything to me. So cherish the moments, the laughter and tears, for raising a Atiawa daughter brightens joy beyond years. Embrace the rivers that is endless, the beauty of Hineahuone. In our daughters lays her legacy that belongs only to hers, to her dreams. She is me. I have another poem to share with you all. It is inspired from my grandmother's sister. Those of you who know, she was a massive pillar within Te Ao Māori. This poem is called Break the Ruler. Our words speak of a painful history where children's language faced cruelty. Beaten out of our ancestors is so unjust, by nuns and others breaking children's mana and trust. Humiliation and abuse our ancestors' mana endured in front of all their mauri, and their innocence was obscured. Language trauma inflicted rulers made generational deep scars, creating a need of protective rangatira. Those in pain said, learn English to get good paying jobs. Well, they were also told our language is useless. The words took hold. But on September 14th, 1972, a petition was signed. This is when our movement grew. It is time to break the ruler. 33,000 voices united as one, demanding the Crown to right the wrongs they allowed on children to be done, to restore and resource the revival of Te Reo Māori, a complement to embrace and restore its mana, its mauri. 51 years have passed since that day, and now we see our language has found its way. Reo irirangi, kohanga reo, thriving and strong, kura kaupapa, kura a iwi, where our people, our children's knowledge belong. Whare kura, kura wānanga in our communities. Our language is recognised by other cultures with ease. We must ensure that we are the healing stones of the abuse of the past. Do not let the abuse kill our language. Let us learn and normalise fast. Our ancestors suffered. Let us heal their hearts. Cherish our language, revive and reclaim. Our language holds intelligence. My reo will thrive like how I am. I am fierce. I am brave. I am a raukura. I am a walking puna of aroha. I am my language. I am my people. I am my kuia. I am hana. A voice to conquer the void. I am a mother, I am a child, I am a warrior, a minister of love. I am one. be me. Yeah. Oh. If you could see what it is to be me, a voice to conquer the void. 'Cause I am a mother, I am a child, I am a warrior, a minister of love. 'Cause I am one thread in the greatest tapestry, and you not know what it means to be me. So won't you be me? Yeah. Na, na, na. When the sky rains fire and the pipes pollute our waters, and then the pipes pollute our brothers, when the last tree falls, when gravity breaks the earth, I am a mother, I am a child, I am a warrior, a minister of love. 'Cause I am one thread in the greatest tapestry, and you know what it means to be me. So let me be me.
Tēnā rā e ngauri o te rau ka kura e wakaatu mai nei ngā whakaaro te ao tā uito. Kia piri mai ki te ao mārama e. Yesterday I was funny. Today I'm an emotional wreck. After this performance, and Hinekaa and Mike's kōrero as well, I'm really happy that you're all going into the breakout sessions right now e te whānau. But in all seriousness, e mihi ana ki kōrua e ngāniko kōrua ko te Wairere mā o kōrua mahi. E hari i te mea ko tai mai ki konei me te whakātu noa ki tēnei tira. Koenei a rāua mahi i a rā, te kawe i tēnei momo kaupapa ki a mātou nei rangatahi, ki a mātou nei taiohi, tai noa atu ki ngā pipi paupau. Nā reira, ka nui te mihi, karikau he kupu anō, ki te kapo e aku whakaaro i tēnei wā. Okay, so, let me gather myself, whānau. So yes, you're about to go into your breakout session. So again, another reminder that you're being told where you're headed off to by your lanyards. Ka pai? So here in the grand ballroom, we've got the emerging leaders panel. You're going to head to the Essex room if you are in Breakout 2, and that is for the disability art session. If you're in Breakout 3, you're going to go to the Tamandra room and you're going to be listening to Kōrero on transformational change. And then if you're in Breakout 4, you're going to the Blenheim room and you're going to listen to Kōrero on momentum in the media. Ka pai? Now, I haven't been very good at this, which is telling you what you're going to do after that. So after that, you're going to go to lunch. Whānau? And again, you didn't hear me say it, but in my mind, I already did karakia for lunch as well. Okay, whānau? The intention is pono and tika, it was there. Nā reira, ko karakia ke mo te kai hoki. Ka pai tātou? So yeah, please make your way to your breakout rooms and we can get started as soon as possible. Ka pai tātou. The other breakout sessions, they've got someone facilitating. Is it still me?
Yeah. You're amazing, by the way. We can tell.
Morena koutou, just while we're setting up, I encourage you, I implore you, I welcome you to move closer together, to gather around the tables with others that you may or may not know, so that we can awhi these mana wahine who are going to be sharing today. So No mai haere mai, closer, 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 y'all. Yeah, what, like there? Or Jacob? Yeah. I think. A tēnā tātou tālofa lava mālo le lei. Mālo le soifu o mau malilangi e mamā. I'd like to welcome you to the Emerging Leaders Breakout session this morning. He rerenga hou, he whakaaro hou. I am not going to waste time reading all their bios. We are joined by three incredible, young, talented, inspiring, intelligent women on this stage. We have the performance that is still lingering in the air that was done by Te Wairere. Te Wairere brought this energy that I want us to hold as we go through this session. We also have our incredible Tuakoi Tuakoi Ohia, and Danielle Hao-Aickin. Danielle is going to be joined during her presentation by her baby sister T. So if you would like to know more, look on your app. But all I encourage you to do, there's been a lot of information, there's been lots of aha moments, there's been lots of incredible inspiration that's happened on the stage, in the space around this venue. But we 100% will remember everything we've felt, though we may not remember everything we've heard. So all we ask you to do for this session is to lean into that. Open your ears, open your heart, open your minds. We will hold the questions until all three are finished with their presentations. And then if we have time, we will have a chance to wānanga together around what's coming up for you in terms of an emerging leader, a brave new world moving forward in the arts. So, I love you guys. Welcome to everyone online as well that's joining us. I'm so proud of all of you. We're going to start off with Te Wairere. So please, my sis, would like to welcome you onto the stage, and then we'll hear from the other two. Kia ora.
Tēnā rawa atu koe, Sala. He pua wai au no runga I te tikanga, he raurenga renga no roto I te raukura, ko taku raukurara, he manawa nui ki te ao e ai. Paiheretia te rangi, paiheretia te whenua, paiheretia te kingi Māori, te pauherenga tangata o te motu, kei taku ariki, kingi pōtatau te wherowhero te soawhitu, rire rire hau, pai mairiri. E tangi tonu ana, e haku tonu ana ki a rātou te hunga, kua riro, kua whetū rangitia, haere, haere whakangaro atu rā koutou. Tau āraia te pō, tītoko ko te ao mārama, e mihi ana ki a tātou, te hunga ora, tēnā tātou, tēnā tātou, tēnā tātou katoa. Ko ai mā tēnei e Tuakoi nei, ko te Wairere, pua waitanga o te whakaaro Ngaia, tōku ingoa, he uri au, o konei, o te maunga tītohia, o Taranaki, whakawhiti atu ki te tai rāwhiti, ki te maunga tapura, ki hukurangi, hoki mai ki te pokapū o te ika, ki ngongo taha, ki matawhaura. Koe nei, ka hoki mai, hoki ki tōku ūkaipo, ki pirongia, te aroaro o kahu. Koe tēnei e Tuakoi nei. Ka whakawhiti au nānei ki te reo e mārama ai tātou katoa. Kia ora everyone. Tēnā koutou katoa. It's an honour and a privilege to be here today in front of you all. I just, in te reo, I informed that I am from here. I'm from Taranaki, so I'm a Ngaia. My dad is pretty much from all 8 iwi of this maunga. He doesn't have any other iwi whakapapa within his ancestry, so that's where I get my Taranaki-tanga and Te Atiawa-tanga from my papa. And he's they've done vote actually, Dad, but he's got mahi to date. But from my mother's side, ko te rita taku māma, and she comes from Pirongia Maunga, Hikurangi, Matawhaurei, Ngongotaha. Yes, and I am their creation, and I am here today to share the tūpuna blueprint. Yes, so I am going to share a tūpuna blueprint that I would encourage all of us to use, especially our tangata tiriti. So koera taku whāngai tēnā, that's my goal, to try and share this strategy on how we can, by using ancestral knowledge to drive us forward into the future. And also trying to share that, trying to share that strategy for all of us, not only for us Māori,
but for our tangata tiriti as well, because I really do believe in the theme for this kaupapa, for this conference, which is to think about new strategies and new ways of thinking. And my point is there, me hoki whakamuri ki anga whakamua. Ka pai. So we still have a lot of ancestral knowledge that we can use to drive us forward into the future. Yes. Ka pai. So me hoki whakamuri, go back to our ancestors' blueprint, kia anga whakamua, to drive us forward into the future. Ka pai. Ka pai. Okay, ana. So on here, te hoki whakamuri. Ka pai. So the most common blueprint of hoki whakamuri that we have is whakapapa. Ka pai. We all have whakapapa. Even our tangata tiriti. Ka pai, we all have whakapapa. We all have ancestors. We all, genetically, scientifically, we're all on a bus with all of our ancestors. Ka pai, we all carry them genetically within us. So how can we not look back? How can we not look back to our own ancestors, to what they did, to their culture, to their practices, and let that drive us forward into the future? Ka pai, so anei taku hoki whakamuri, ko taranaki te maunga, ko taranaki ko te ātiawa, ko ngā rua hinerangi ngōku iwi. So even though I see my father's from all 8 iwi of the maunga, my 3 prominent iwi that we whakapapa to, taranaki, te ātiawa, e ngā rua hinerangi. And my 3 main waka in terms of the whakapapa, the canoe whakapapa, I will speak about the 2 whakapapas on the next slide, but my canoe whakapapa, ko kura haupō, ko tokomaru, ko Aotea ngōku waka. Now, taku taha kōka, that's my mother's side, Pirongia, Hikurangi, Ngongotaha, and Matawhaira are my mountains. Ka pai, Waikato, Maniapoto, Apakura, Ngāti Parau, Ngāti Pikia, Ngāti Whakaue, Ngāti Rongomai, Ngāti Tarawhai, are all my tribes. Ka pai, all my people, and my canoes are Tainui, Nukutai Memeha, and Te Arawa. Ka pai. Now, I mentioned the 2 types of whakapapa. We have in Aotearoa, whakapapa from the canoes, from the migrations. Ka pai. What we tend to forget, even ourselves, that we have our whakapapa take. We also have our genealogies that didn't come from the waka, that didn't come on the canoe. And that's one big misconception. Ka pai, and that's why I mentioned the 2 types of whakapapa. So I was taught that we have 2 types of whakapapa. We have the one that we received from our ancestors that traversed the seas, traversed the oceans. We also believe that we already had a whakapapa that came from the people that rose off this land. Ka pai. Many names for those different types of earlier tribes. Some Ngauri Ao Māori, the descendants of Māori. So when Māori fished up the sea, those descendants stayed. They didn't come on different canoes to Aotearoa. Another story from my partner's people, they come off Hinepu Kohurangi and Te Maunga. Hinepu Kohurangi, she is the lady of the mist, or the goddess of the mist. Te Maunga, one interpretation of him was that he was a comet that flew and crashed here, and then they created Ngā Pōtiki, which was one of the earlier tribes within the Te Urewera ranges. Ka pai. My people in Apakura, on Pirongia Maunga, in the Waikato King Country area, we come off fairies. Now, not the fairies with the wings, not that kind of fairies, but we come off the fairy people in terms of they were transparent, they would jump great heights, but they would also, they had also intermarried with some of our ancestors that came on the canoes. Ka pai. So those are some of the stories of how we have 2 types of whakapapa. Ka pai. And this is important because I know for a fact that every culture around the world has some stories like this. So that I know that every single person in here has a story that is specifically for you and for your identity. So I encourage you to look back into your whakapapa, look back into your ancestry, and try and find some of those stories, because then you will be able to find more information about your own culture, your own ancestors, and even how they ended up here in Aotearoa. Which brings me to my other connection. So, well, all up here, pretty much the people, well, we'll start with this corner. That's me and my siblings. Ka pai, all, how many of us? 8. 8 up there? Yep. All 8 of us. The one in the pink shawl, that's my nephew Maioha's mum. Over there. My little brother, the oldest, is on this side. But yeah, that's me in the middle, and that was at my, no, that wasn't the master's one, the other grad, yeah. Well, one of the graduations anyway. My family are academics. Family of academics, so we've all graduated. We just have our little brother to graduate now. But we're all graduates of Waikato University and Canterbury University. Aye. But if we look into this side, we have those 2 beautiful ancestors over there. The lady is my grandmother. It's my mother's, so my mother's the lady, with the people here over here. That's my mum. Yeah. And those are her parents. Now, my koro, his name is Eric Papish, and his ancestors came with the contingent of Bohemian migrants that landed in Puhoi, up north. Now, when they landed, the iwi that looked after them, the iwi that looked after them was Ngāti Rongo. That was their name. And Ngāti Rongo, they protected them, they looked after them until that iwi could create their own village, which is now Puhoi, Kapai, and their own community. So in Puhoi, you will see a monument, and it has all these whānau names. The Papish whānau name, that's my koro, Eric Papish, that's us. Kapai. Now, so another big part of my whakapapa, our whakapapa, is Pākehā. Kapai, and that's another thing I would like to put out there. Don't be offended by the word Pākehā. He Pākehā ahau. Kapai. So what I'm trying to say is that, I know that a lot of our tangata tiriti can get offended, and I know it's because a lot of our own people can, Pākehā, it's like the delivery, eh? It's just like, oh. However, I want us to encourage us that, kei te pai, you know, we actually, the word Pākehā itself is not a derogatory term. Ka pai, because why would I say he Pākehā ahau if I want to, demean myself? Ka, no, we should always be, whakanui and celebrating ourselves. Ka pai? So, he Pākehā hoki ahau. And I hold that dear to me, because that informs me that, yes, I can be bicultural. I can live and walk and breathe in both worlds. I use both sides. I use both histories of my whakapapa Pākehā to inform my decisions when I walk in both worlds. So I'm very proud of my Bohemian heritage. So and especially when people see my son, because I have my son so these are my children up there. We have number 5 on the way. But as you can see, he's blonde. He's got blonde and blue eyes. That's our Pākehā whakapapa. But when he speaks, he just sounds like Māori. He's like, mama, yeah, that's his real. But that's because our mother knew, why can't we walk in both worlds? We can. Our ancestors did it. Even when our ancestors from Bohemia landed into Ngāti Rongo, they amalgamated their traditions and their practices and their cultures so that they could survive. So we have living proof out there. We are the living proof that we can work together and we can continue to find solutions together. Ka pai. So, moving on. One of those solutions is being able to actually connect with wider people. Ka pai. So, I put this photo up here because he's not actually directly related to me by blood. This papa of ours, that's Papa Ted. Papa Ted. He is See, he looks like a Pākehā too. Well, he is Pākehā, sorry. He is half Pākehā, half Māori too. Walks both worlds. But now he is one of our Kōrero for our people of Ngāti Wairere in Hamilton, which is they're the mana whenua, they're of Hamilton. Well, on this side of the sorry. Papa Ted. But I put him up there because this was when my sister and I received our kauai. Yeah, he was there. He was our mana. He was one of our mana whakatupu. He built that mana within us to be able to be confident, strong, walk in this world. So for us, this photo was, come on, Papa. Yes, we need this. We need this photo to acknowledge you. Ka pai? So it's acknowledging all the different types of people that come into your life that contribute to building your mana. So it brings me to the strategy. Okay, so the strategy is using mana. Recognizing mana within each other, within each person. If we don't do that, then we're automatically going to go into deficit mode, into deficit thinking about that other person. Just like in the political debates recently. Hey, everyone's just, there's no respect, there's no mana. There's no acknowledgement of each other's mana. Well, there's a little bit, but the majority of it was just overriding, talking over each other, and we see that time and time again. We already know it doesn't work. So why is it still happening? Ka pai? We know that when we acknowledge someone else's mana, it works. We're more open. We're more open to being understanding and all that stuff. So, mana. Mana whakatupu, mana whakaheke. That's the strategy, the blueprint. So, mana whakaheke is the mana that you get from your ancestors. Okay? Everyone is born with mana. And in Te Ao Māori, we highly believe that when we are born, we are all born with a Māori, with a life force, and that's your mana. Ka pai? That mana you get from all the people in your genetic bus with you. Ka pai? All your ancestors. Now, mana whakatupu, ka pai, is the mana that is groomed within you, that is developed within you, so that when you leave your whānau and your community, you are strong. Make sense? Yeah. We all have that. Ka pai? Every culture has that. We might practice it in different ways, but we all have that. These two types of passing down of intergenerational, te tuku ngā iho. Okay? Tuku iho. Passing down, that's it, Passing down all of the knowledge, ka pai, from your ancestors to the next descendants. Because our main goal is to build capacity within our descendants so that when they grow up, they can lead themselves. Ka pai? Yeah. So, mana whakaheke is also, one big part of mana whakaheke also is you don't just take all the good stuff. Ka pai? You actually have to look into all the trauma as well, because that's where the majority of the learning will come from. Yeah. So I'm a big believer in te mana whakaheke, me ako I ngā taha kino me ngā taha pai. You got to learn the good stories and the not so good stories, because they will teach you, make stronger. Mana whakatupu, it's about sharing all of those lessons to the next generations. So I really believe that if I didn't have both of these strategies, these blueprints being taught to me, I would not have been brave enough to receive my best friend, awhi nukurangi. Ka pai? So, awhi nukurangi, this is the recording of my, of when I received my pūkauai from my tingane, te wehi. Nā, me mihi hoki ahau, e te pāpā, e rangi, kua kite au i aku I tō mata I tēnei wā. So, no mātou te whiwhi, nā I para I te huarahi mo tō mātou whānau. Kia whakawhiwhi a mātou ki tēnei taonga. So, we're very fortunate that our mother received her kauai by our uncle, our pāpā, rangi kipa.
So tēnā koe te papa. And it set the path for our whole family. Because Mum was the first one to bring it back into our family. So this is my, moko papa. You can see our whole whānau is in there. My tāne singing to me. Ka pai. My sister, so we got done together because that's also a practice to help with your mana. Ne? You believe you do the takapai, you have a friend. When you get done, you have a friend with you. At least one friend to go with you. And especially if it's pertaining to a specific kaupapa. So our specific kaupapa was to acknowledge the passing of my big sister, Pania. So that's why I have her. Well, one of the big reasons why I have her as well, to commemorate my sister. And my little sister, she got hers to commemorate her dad, our uncle, who raised all of us. And that's why we have it done at Hikunui Marae, Ngāti Wairere, because that's his marae. This is his whare. That even though we don't have, we do have whakapapa there too, but predominantly this is our whāngai marae. This is the other marae that looked after us and brought us up. Ka pai. So I wanted to show that this also, with the mana, so Te Wehi, the tohunga who did my pūkauai, we went to school together. And he actually drew, because I'm very picky. I'm an artist as well, very picky. I love drawing kauai. I've always drawn kauai. I drew kauai for kapahaka. First ever person I let draw, okay, yeah, you can draw my kauai, was him. I looked in the mirror, and it was for our first ever secondary high school competition, and then I rubbed it off. I did not like it. I thought it was hideous. It was the most hideous kauai I've ever worn. And then we laugh about it now because I'm like, see, kids pai nāne, I gave you the real one. Yeah, but that's about, a full circle moment there, coming together. And my sister doing the karanga, my older sister doing the karanga, my whānau doing the haka to me. It's all a part of knowing our own mana. We wouldn't do this if we didn't have that mana inside of us. So mana gives you the confidence to be able to walk your talk. Ka pai? Ne? So you can see within our whānau and within what we're doing, there's a purpose for everything, there's an intention behind everything, and that's due to the mana that's been instilled within us. Ka pai? We had, our mother as well, she brought the language back into our family. Because her and her siblings couldn't speak te reo. Once they went to university, they went to go and retrieve the reo again and bring it back into our family. Now we have that 4 generations worth of reo speakers in our family again. The waiata te raisanga at the end, that's what my sister is singing to me now. Because even though we were in Waikato, she wanted to bring taranaki to me. And that's how she did it. Singing Mate Koe Te Aroha. And the reason of that song is, its true meaning is if you're ever grief-stricken, look towards taranaki. Remember the mist. Remember the fire that's still burning there for you. Right? That's all a part of mana. Yeah. So that's us. A bit of an explanation about awhinukurangi. So ngutu pūrua, which is the lips, getting the lips done. Ka pai. So my sister, she only got the bottom ones done. I got the top lip done as well. And that's to represent how I speak for both of us. I always have. Even she's always been like, hey, speak for us, do the karanga, do the whatever. So even though it was very annoying for me growing up, because, it made her, I used to think it made her lazy, but at the end of the day, it worked out because, it just did. It worked out because I could speak. She was very shy. She can sing, she'll get up and dance for you and do the poi for you, but she won't speak. So that's why I got my ngutupura, because I speak for us. I do the karanga for us. Whenever she needs help, she comes to me, and I'm our waha. I'm our māngai. However, it also represents our responsibilities to our people, to te kingitanga, So both my sister and I were brought up in te kingitanga and the kingitanga movement, by washing dishes, working at tūranga waiwai, all that good stuff. Yeah, but working for our people. And also, we are both performers, specifically with poi. We both love poi and been taught by our poi experts. We are also paddlers. So we paddle on the rivers. We paddle on our waters. And so my one goes, my mangopare over here points downwards because I'm the baby. I'm the baby of the family. Now, how do we move forward? Te anga whakamua. Kia tūpore nuku, kia tūpore rangi. Ka pai? Now, tūpore nuku, kia tūpore rangi. There's a saying, he taki rua te atua. Ko tūpore nuku, ko tūpore rangi. God is a dual entity being, okay? Both feminine side, both male side, both terrestrial and extraterrestrial knowledge. Ka pai? It all kind of like yin and yang, but all together. So it's about learning to be simultaneously grounded and elevated, if that makes sense. So it's about learning how to, learning about your ancestry and your whakapapa so that you are grounded, you know who you are, you know where you stand, but also with the elevated, celebrating yourself and your people. So, celebrating yourself with your people. Ka pai, so that you're not whakahihi, of course, but that you celebrate each other, because that's important. We don't celebrate each other enough, I don't believe. So, be simultaneously grounded and elevated. Whakatupu I te mana motuhake. Foster and grow each unique mana within others. Like I said, we all have our own whakapapa, ka pai, from our ancestors. Use that, build that, foster that within yourself and your family. Because it starts with ourselves, our families, and then we can reach out and create that build, that effect. Lastly, ka puia ngā kākahu. Stay connected with your communities and people. Ka pai? That's quite straightforward, but that's the follow-through from fostering that mana within yourself. Ka pai? So that's the blueprint. Kia tūpore nuku, tūpore nuku, kia tūpore rangi. Whakatupu I te mana motuhake, ka puia ngā kākahu. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Ia tai paringa, ia tai koriporipo e ruanga, Wairere ana e. Taruna mai ki a hau e, kauria mai, rongo mai, ki toku ai rua e. He re tangata, he re whenua, ka tū te pō, ka tū te ao. Tihewa mauri ora, tēnā rā tātou. Taku tuakana, tēnā koe mo o kupu, mo o reo waiata, miharo rawa atu. Koia taku teinai, hare tahi tāua, ki te kura, nei re, kei te tino harikoa taku ngāka, ki te kite i a koe, ki te rongo i a koe, tēnei rā, tēnā koe, taku tuakana, taku rangatira. Kia ora e te whānau, my name is Tuakoi Ohia. I am a theatre maker, professional hustler, actor and writer. Yes. Hello! Rangatahi whānau. We are professional hustlers. Kia ora, and thank you for listening to my kōrero today. Ko ai au, he uri tēnei o Ngāti Hine, anei aku iwi. Ngāti Hine, Ngāti Pukenga, Ngai te rangi, Ngāti rangi nui, tainui waka, te aroa, te ati awa. Tēnā rā tātou, he Pākehā hoki, no Witchshire, tōku whānau Pākehā. Ngāti Kōtirana, my clans, Clan Campbell, Clan Cameron, Clan Hamilton, and we have bit of a random mix of Portugal, Malaysia, and Africa, where it was a lovely tap and gap situation. Just being honest, you know, that's kind of how it was back in the day. You know, all these beautiful foreign men would come and look at these beautiful wahine Māori and tap and gap. But anyway, these are what made this, and my whānau, so kei te mihi ki tōku whakapapa, tēnā rā tātou. I thought it would be good to start off by speaking about my incredible, unconventional, staunch, very out-the-gate upbringing. I was conditioned to believe that Te Reo Māori as my first language was normal. I was conditioned to believe that being of service to my people was a normal thing to do. I was conditioned to believe that as a Māori kid, living in a beautiful Māori world, attending my beautiful Māori kura with my beautiful Māori teachers who believed in me, who pushed me to achieve, was a normal thing. So why is that not normal? And that's something that I really, really want to acknowledge. And it wasn't until I left Hamilton, where I grew up, that wasn't normal. I was living in a beautiful bubble. And then I realized that the world was a bad place. So up here I have my whānau, my community. So the top corner there with me and my siblings, those are all my siblings. Only one of them is my full sibling. The rest of them are my cousins. That was at my brother's 21st, and the theme was Indigenous superheroes. He is a filmmaker, and he's working at Māori Land at the moment. Next to me is my big sister, Hannah. She is living her best life in Europe with her wife, who is also in the dinosaur suit. Between them is my big brother, Zane. He gave us our first moko, and he's a hard worker and a wonderful father. At the end is my sister, Tilly. She is a teacher, and she is the HOD of the Māori department at Wellington High School. Next to her is my other sister, who is also called Hannah. At the moment is a translator, so she's done a lot of amazing mahi, translated for Disney Reo Māori, Waiata, a lot of artists like Lord and Muroki and all those artists. And then we have our two little sisters, Tia, who's still at school, who's a rep, sports person, head girl, amazing, like just amazing. We just like, what the heck? Sports, because we all suck at sports. And next to her is Miser Girl, our little social butterfly, and is teaching at my kura at the moment. And I gotta say, I feel like we're doing pretty bloody good. And that's thanks to our community, but our parents complain still because they don't have enough mokos, but that's all right. So over here in the corner is the AIO and AMO ambassadors. So it's an Indigenous exchange program that my parents were a part of creating. So we have a very close relationship with Native American whānau in New Mexico. We'll be heading there on Wednesday to see our whānau, which is very exciting. It's my nanny in the middle, Mama LaDonna. She's about 93 now, so we're gonna get, yeah, she's 93 now. Yeah. And then over here is all my whānau, mix of my mum's childhood friends, her flatmates, her siblings, my dad's siblings, my cousins, everybody coming to watch one of my shows. And this is Rangi Māori, the kapaka group that I grew up in, that my parents were a part of. The Ata Papa, for those of you who know Ata Papa, this is her rōpū as well. This is just a slither of my communities. This is just a snapshot of the people that I grew up with. And I know there may be a few people here who may know my parents. So my mother's name is Kate Cherrington, and my father's name is Bentham Ohia, and both are children of strong leaders in their communities. And they both began their journey in education. After my parents left University of Otago, they moved to Waikato, and my mother was given a position at Te Wānanga o Aotearoa, where they were in the creation process of developing programs and courses. And at the same time, my father was studying part-time diploma and working multiple jobs. They were both about 23 and 24 and pregnant with me. One of those jobs, my father's job at Te Wānanga o Aotearoa, was a janitor, and he painted the buildings. And Rongo Wetere, who was the founder and CEO of Te Wānanga o Aotearoa at the time, took a liking to my parents and saw something in them, saw that they had a bit of oomph, bit of this, bit of that. So then he encouraged them into leadership roles, and a year later, at the age of 24, my dad was managing the campus. 8 years after that, he became CEO, so they were really heavily encouraged to lead, which I think is a really wonderful story. And there are many leadership roles that they held really young, and not going to lie, it took a lot out of them. They're kind of in semi-retirement now, in their mid-50s, living it up in Wanaka, and but they worked really, really hard, and it was quite a wonderful but also tedious time for our whānau. And that's just a very honest thing. However, they did have a lot of fun, and they got to do all these amazing things, so no regrets. Just want to acknowledge my parents and the role that they play. All these institutions, organisations, clubs, kura, kohanga, play a very big role in my life and are the reason why I'm an artist today. And I'm just going to speak on a few of them. So this photo of myself, I was about, maybe about 3.5, sitting on my mother. We were on a plane, so I attended Amokura Kohanga Reo. And it was a very unique kohanga reo. Its purpose was to study us, literally study us, we're little guinea pigs, study us, Tamaitu Māori. This kohanga was established by Mere Skerritt, and she is now a professor at Victoria University. But this kohanga was established to further her studies for her PhD, research in early childhood education. And the values of te reo Māori, tikanga Māori, pepeha, whakapapa, karakia, waiata, all those things were very present. But she questioned, what else can we give our tamariki? What more can we give them? And her biggest philosophy is tamariki learn best through play, through art, and a whole lot of trust. And we would walk around the kohanga with hammers, with saws, with matches, with lighters, with the watchfulawa kaiako, these 3 to 5-year-olds walking around with all these dangerous things. But this was to ensure that we could be trusted, and it worked. No one got hurt, no one got injured. And she was very big on widening our perspective, and she believes that it's important to widen the perspective of your tamariki as early as possible. Yes. As early as possible. An example of this, and I put this photo up for a reason, is at the time our theme was Atua Māori. So our kohanga was learning about Atua Māori, so she thought it would be a good idea to put 20 toddlers and young children on a plane so we could fly up, have a look down, and understand the realm of Ranginui, understand the perspective that he sees, and understand how he sees the world. Frickin' on. She is amazing, but this was how I saw the world, and this was how I learned. And aroha mai, just looking at my notes. Yes, that's all I have to say about that. But these are just some of the other really incredible institutions that I grew up in as well. So what does all that have to do with my journey as an artist? It has everything to do with my journey as an artist. I just told you a slither of my experiences growing up, and the values that I was taught are my kai. So, and these are the kai that I like to serve with the people that I work with in my mahi, in my art, and in my newfound communities as well. All of these teachings and places led my brother to Māori land and led myself to Te Pou. Woohoo! Woohoo! For those of you who are unaware of our whare and who we are Te Pou Theatre. We are a Māori theatre company made by Māori for Māori. We are located in Henderson, West Auckland, in Corbyn's estate. Corbyn's is an art complex where various different art companies occupy the space, and we reside on the whenua that belong to the iwi Te Kawerau Maki o Tainui. The company was founded by Tainui Tukuwaho and Amber Corrine about 9 years ago, and we finally got our whare up and running this year in January. Woo! It's been a long time. But we finally got it up, and we are fortunate enough to have our producers in the whare with us. Amanda, we have Amanda. I'm going to point everybody out. We have Amanda, who is one of our producers who played a pivotal part in literally putting our whare up. Raked in the money, did all the big mahi to make sure that we had our whare, so she plays a very important part in our whare. We have Chloe, I'm sure a lot of you know who Chloe is, an incredible producer. We have Maioha as well, an amazing producer, Eden and Nancy as well, so it's just really cool that we get to share this experience together. And literally the reason why that the whare is not burnt down. We have just finished our season of Kuanga Festival, and that was a really beautiful, beautiful festival. As artists, we were held with so much manaki, aroha, and laughs throughout the whole time, and that was because of how our producers held us, with the very simple yet very effective values that Māori have. We value whānau and community in our whare, and the industry can be a little bit bleh. And to be honest, from many of the actors that have come through, specifically recently during Kuanga Festival, a lot of them said that this was a place where they could come to just play and just be and just act. And a few comments came across that this whare is like a marae. And yes, it is, because everyone brings their babies, their dogs, their kai, everybody comes. If you haven't been to the whare yet, shame on you. Jokes. Please come to our whare. We love to have people there. But Te Pau is my kaingarua, along with my ropu, my kapahaka. Ropu, that's the old one. I had a photo of Te Ropu Manutaki on here, but Te Ropu Manutaki also is my kaingarua. And both play a reason why I've managed to settle myself well in Auckland. I've had an incredible experience being trained to act and to write. And because of the push from Tainui and Amber, like my parents, was pushed into more leadership roles, and I was heavily encouraged to pursue other things as well. But this year, we created a show, or actually we created a show 2 years ago, but a show called Kōpū, which was a very fun, incredible wahine Māori show. It took 2 years of wānanga to create, which gave us what we gave this year, and we really knuckled down on a few kaupapa, one of them, what the difference was between a woman and a wahine. And I have a video that I stole from archives to explain what that is. But that was sort of the borderline, the boundary of what our show really means, and it's a boundary that you aren't to cross. Kia ora. Do I push play? Oh.
Kei ngā kiato, kei ngā rau awa o ngā waka, kua tausi mai, kua tomo mai, I raro i te mare o tō tātou whare tēnei pō tēnā tātou. Ka tika me Minista i o matua kore nānanga mea katoa, ki te hunga ora hunga mate tōwhitirangi tia haere aturā ki te hunga ora, tēnā tātou. Ka tika me mihi ki te mana whenua o tēnei rohe, te Kōrero āmaki o Tainui, tēnā koutou. Leave your white feminism at the door. What do you think we mean by that? Anybody here knows what that means? Carl? This is what we mean by leave your white feminism at the door. This show is not about women. This show is about wahine. Wahine and women, not the same thing. Wahine does not translate to women, popular misconception. The way culture names things is very telling of the culture itself. Woman, the late Old English word women, as in W-I-N, was an alteration of wifman from the early wif, first denoting a female, which later became the Middle English word wife. By 1175, it was widely used to describe a married female. The very word woman exists in relationship to men or men owning them. Pākehama, this is how your men saw you, which gives a clear insight as to why women have been fighting for so long. The misogyny is inherent in the culture. This fight was brought to Aotearoa and fought well in Aotearoa by generations of women. Our mothers, our grandmothers, those who fought tirelessly for respect,
show is not about women. This show is about wahine. Wahine, ki o kunei mōhio, is broken down like this. Wā, space and time. Wahi, the physical place. Hine, a name used for our goddesses. Time, place, and space that the goddess occupies. As I said before, the way culture names things is very telling of the culture itself. To Māori, we are goddesses. No fights, no battle to own it, a birthright bestowed upon us by our tupuna, a taonga we almost lost in order to become a woman. That's what we mean by leave your white feminism at the door. No mai haere mai ki kōpū, nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, katoa.
So that was Kōpū, and I'm going to do a quick plug in here. We are going to perform at Tairāwhiti Fest in February as well, so please come and support. But this was probably one of the most important kaupapa that I've ever performed in. And yeah, it was a very special thing, so yeah. I'm just going to let that speak for itself. But I'm going to wrap it up here now, e te whānau. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you, CNZ Te Awaha. Taranaki, tēnā koutou. Thank you so much for hosting this kaupapa. This has been wonderful, and I'm very, very thankful to be here. Tēnā tātou. Kia ora.
Oh my gosh. Man. Kia ora, 大家好. My name is Danielle, or Hao-Dandan, and my younger sibling T, Hao-Ting-Ting, and I whakapapa to Xi'an, China. Kia ora. I feel so emotional now after those two talks. Oh my gosh. Cool. When I was asked to speak at Nui Te Kōrero, I was absolutely honored. As a musician and arts practitioner, I'm passionate about a lot of subjects, and especially on my own journey of decolonization and reconnecting with my own Chinese heritage. I moved to the beautiful Aotearoa when I was 16, which is less than 10 years ago, and previously grew up in various cities across China, including Beijing, Guangzhou, and of course, Xi'an. Mandarin was my first language, and our grandparents played a huge part in our childhood, which is something that I see reflected a lot. However, as you can see, our father is Pākehā, making us mixed or biracial. Because of this, I never fit in and was always considered a foreigner in China. After coming to Aotearoa, unfortunately, this didn't change. As mixed race and biracial kids, we've always been asked which half we identify with more, which language we spoke better, which culture we related to more, what singular box we should tick on the form. So as part of my journey to be proud of who I am, we've taken stories our grandfather has told us and turned it into music. One of these stories is about how our ancestors were forced to leave our village because of resource shortage in Shanxi, or this is referred to as the long trek of immigration during the Ming Dynasty. our grandfather tells us the story of this big locust tree that stood tall over the city. And on the journey away from their home, the people of that town would use this big tree as a landmark. As they got further and further away from their home, the big locust tree would still be visible despite the tiresome journey. But as it started to disappear from the horizon, this tree would become a symbol. Le Hong Tong Da Huai Shu, or big locust tree, is where many Chinese people now believe their ancestors began. As my grandfather says in this video that we're going to play, no matter how far you go, you must. Coming out in February next year, it's an exploration into our mixed race identity, where we take stories our grandfather has told us, and we tell the story in the only way we know how to, through music. We use traditional Chinese instruments like erhu and guzheng and incorporate them into a modern sound, along with Mandarin. We are Ersha Island, Ersha Dao, and this is our song Back to Our Roots, where we will improvise to our grandfather's story. Just waiting for the video, please. Awkward.
现在有句话叫做
Sorry, can we get some keys and start again? Thank you. Check. Check, check. Microphone. Nice. And start again.
现在有句话叫做欲问你家在何处，山西洪洞大槐树。大槐树上是哪家？大槐树上老管我。这句话有点来头，什么意思呢？人们走的时候，街坊邻居、亲戚朋友说这一走啊，咱们还不知道啥时候能见面了，非常的伤心啊。人们走一走，往回看一看，又看看啥了？走远了也看不见了，看见了就是那个大槐树。人们就说记住，这就是我们老祖宗啊。我们不管走千里走万里，一定要记住这一个大槐树。这就中国人的传统文化，叶落归根，还是不管走哪儿，都要知道自己从哪儿来。
How deep do my roots run? How tall do I stretch to the sky? How strong have I built my stance? Yes, it's enough to last the night.
I'm leaning in. Te Wairere, Tuakoi, Danielle. Whaftai tele lava. Thank you for bringing your heart to this platform, your joy, your vulnerability, and the courage to speak your truth. And sharing it unapologetically. We are proud that you are the emerging leaders within our sector. You are our sisters, you are our mums, you are our nieces, you're our cousins, and we want to be a part of that hapori, that whānau, that whakapapa. And we want to awhi you, Danny and your sister T, on your own journey of reclamation. So now we have some time for any questions that you may have that may be rising from your heart, and maybe at this time it may not be questions, it may just be aroha. Yes.
Did you know that there would be such a common theme through what we were presenting today?
No, not really. We kind of just had
Test.
prior meetings to this, but we just had a general idea of what we would, the main message, I suppose, that we wanted to convey. And my biggest goal was to make sure that I could connect with their kōrero.
Not to that extent, though.
Yeah, not to that extent, though. Yeah, that was that's why I won't lie. That's why I was crying, because for me it was a great follow through to Tuakoi, and an ending off with Danielle and their reclamation journey. That was it wasn't bad.
Yes, and to go from Zoom to that is incredible. It really does show the power of connection through arts, through heart and through journey. Thank you, Sarah. Are there any other questions or comments?
Whakalofalahi atu. Thank you so much for your kōrero. You guys are amazing. I just have a question, obviously. What would be some advice for younger people? Not that you guys are old. No, I'm 19 years old, and I look up to people like you guys, and I genuinely want to know some advice, please.
Kia ora ana.
Test.
I think one of the things that helped me when I was starting out my journey in arts was just connecting with people and not being afraid to step into spaces that you wouldn't never ever step into. I didn't think that I was ever going to do theatre, to be honest. I was interested in screen and movies because I'm a movie freak, but out of an off chance, there was an opportunity where I was given space to audition at Te Po for a show called Black Ties, and then I haven't left since then. That was almost 4 years ago. So not being afraid to step into spaces that may make you feel uncomfortable at first, but over time you start to get your groove, and always have your people with you. That would probably be my best advice.
Yeah, absolutely. Adding on to that, I think there's been so many times where I stepped into a room and I'm the youngest person there, or I'm the only wahine, or I'm the only person of colour, and I'm so uncomfortable. But you have to own it. Otherwise, it will always, if you're not in there, then there's no one. So you have to own it.
I think I would, following on from both of their kōrero, like what I said about being grounded, but be elevated. So be grounded, know when you go into a new space, remember who you are, but also celebrate who you are, because you're there for a reason.
You got invited into that space for a reason. So like they've said, own it.
Yo.
Yeah.
Kia ora. Beautiful. Thank you, Ana Finau. It is almost time. It's time for lunch. And though I'm sure we all want to ask more questions or to share our heart or the impact that this kōrero, this incredible kōrero has had on all of us, I do encourage you, engage in real life with them. Talk to them, tell them what it meant to you, tell them the impact that it had on you and the things that you will change or that you've been inspired by from their hearts today. So to all of you, again, te Wairere, Tuakoi, Danielle and T, I love you all. And we are all backing you 100% and so glad you are backing us too. So on that note, we will end our session. We are so grateful to everyone that came into this room and really shared in the aroha and the space, the wairua, the Māori. So tēnā koutou katoa. I appreciate that the karakia was done for lunch. So everyone, please feel free to go and enjoy your kai. And don't forget to talk to these three.
want to tell you that
There we go.
Amazing. They're on now, yeah? Yeah, okay. I'll give one of these to you, ladies. I think it's on the whole here. Okay, so just, yeah. You guys got, you don't have slides, eh? No. Great. I mean, I was pretty sure. Let me get you a drink.
few coming.
Last little big cutting, I think.
Yeah, they've gone down.
We've got an hour for this thing.
Tēnā no tātou. I'm starting to feel like a teacher, you know? Like I'm like, time, guys. But we're all adults making adult decisions on when we return back to the classroom. So I'm just going to go with it, whānau, I'm going to go with it. Heo anō. Nau mai hoki mai ki tēnei whare o tātou, te whare o nui te kōrero, nui te whakaaro, nui te aroha ki a tātou katoa. We've got a... Actually, who caught the rangatahi session just before? Again, emotional. Again, the glasses were fogging up. They had to come off. Yeah, so it's been one of those days, and I think it's going to ramp up. You know, we're at that time where we're a little bit tired. I made a mistake today. I had lunch. Yesterday I didn't, so today I can't make fun of all of you who are feeling tired, because I'm that guy too. Heoi anō, I'm sure we're going to be lifted this afternoon, ne, e hoa mā. I'm really happy to announce our next session, which is on building our power through collective advocacy. We're joined by Meg Williams, Kao Chitum, Kat Ruka, and our facilitator also, Matua Tāne Mahuta Gray. What a name, eh? Tāne Mahuta, ki roto I te whare. And without further ado, I'm going to hand it over to Tāne Mahuta. Te kai kōrero mō tēnei wahanga o te rā.
Nā mihi anō ki a koe te aorangi mō tēnā, e tūwhera I a tātou mō tēnei kaupapa, I aku nui I aku rahi tēnā koutou katoa. Just imagine me like a big teddy bear, a bit bigger with a big beard, because I'm representing here for Jeremy Mail, who unfortunately cannot be here today. So I feel a bit like Warriors off the bench. This is my third off the bench moment at Nui Te Kōrero. So enjoying that kaupapa. So Jeremy has some beautiful words for us, so I want to share and honour the work that he's put into our collective advocacy session. So tēnā koutou katoa, and welcome to this panel discussion session called Building Power Through Collective Advocacy. I'm here as the host of this advocacy panel discussion, as an artist, an advocate, and as a member of Te Rōpū Manatoi, which is the sector advisory group to the advocacy team at Creative New Zealand, Toi Aotearoa. And on behalf of this Rōpū and my fellow panellists, I welcome everyone to this session today. I'd like to extend a warm welcome to you all for this discussion around collective advocacy for the arts, culture, and creativity in Aotearoa. Now, before we kick into this discussion and scope, I would like to invite my beautiful and wonderful fellow panellists to introduce themselves with a bit about their pathway to being in this kōrero today. Big.
Tēnā koe tāna mahuta. Kia ora koutou, ko Megan Williams tōku ingoa, no wera o ka tipuna I te paki au ki ingarangi, e rangi kei te whanganui a tarataka kāinga a nai nei. Ko au te chair o Toi o Taraika Arts Wellington, ka nui te mihi ki a koutou katoa, e ngā iwi o te takiwā nei, e ngā rangatira tēnā koutou katoa. Bore da, Megan Dewey, Kumbaraiga Dewey. My name's Megan Williams. I have Welsh and English ancestry, and I'm from Wellington, and I'm the chair of Toi o Taraika Arts Wellington. And what brought me into this mahi? A little bit of you, Tāna Mahuta, I think. So really by accident, which is I think how a lot of us found ourselves here. And it started off in a responsive way, and then it grew into, through meeting lots of others who are doing some of this work, to being more deeply involved through my role at Toi o Taraika Arts Wellington. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Meg. Kia ora koutou katoa, ko Kat Ruka tōku ingoa, he uri a hau no ngā puhi Waitaha Ngaiterangi. E tū anō i te maunga tapu o Pūhanga Tohora. Kia ora koutou, I'm Kat, I'm the Executive Director of Basement Theatre up in Tāmaki Makaurau. What has brought me to advocacy, I think just being Māori, really, because our tupuna have done it for thousands of years. I trace my advocacy journey back to my father, my aunties and uncles, being a toddler running around at the marae, hearing them host wānanga, about land rights, about, general protection of our people and of our customs and cultures. Because I'm an artist, I've woven that history into my artistic practice and into my arts leadership. Kia ora.
Ngā mihi mai hoa kia koutou katoa. I'm Carl Chittim. I'm Ngāpui and Tururoroi from the north. How did I get into this? Oh, I'm from the Dowse Art Museum. I should talk about these things properly. I think it is this kind of thing about, one of the questions we had right at the beginning when we were talking about this panel was what we think advocacy is, and it's quite a kind of strange word to be thrown around, and it feels very bureaucratic, and it feels very not of us and our sector. And I feel like my entryway, and probably all of our entryways into talking about advocacy and being part of advocacy, has been just being part of collectives and getting things done. And so that's been my entryway, as I'm sure it has been for a lot of people here as well, and particularly trying to work together to make some change. But I'm sure we're going to talk about that, because that's up there somewhere.
Thanks, Kat, Kyle and Meg, for introducing yourself and your connection to the important mahi of advocacy work and sharing our ways to create more space for us to be a part of the wider dialogue and conversation in Aotearoa and for our communities and society. So before we get properly into the flow of the discussion, it seemed important to provide some broader context around the mahi that is underpinning our session. Part of the framing of this session is connected to the advocacy guide and toolkit delivered by Creative New Zealand with the workshop and Te Ropu Mana Toi. This guide is formed by vision for a future where artists and creativity thrive, so all New Zealanders flourish. The guide is designed to support the sector to collectively advocate for the changes we need to achieve this. This guide, a toolkit, and a set of options and techniques is packed with proven tips, hacks, and advice on how to advocate and share the story of the benefits of the arts to the public and wider communities. But that toolkit is not the only component of this discussion. This is about collective activity, looking at the variety of approaches and engagement that communities of activities that are taking place all around Aotearoa at the moment. Advocacy often emerges to the forefront in a crisis, and we have seen a number of recent examples of this in practice. But ultimately, it is a long-term process that shapes thinking, collective understanding, and ideally shares an inspiring vision through compelling stories. Advocacy is fundamentally about a commitment to move proactively to a better future. And in order to get there, we all need to tell our story. And that's the wider story about the impact of arts, culture, and creativity in Aotearoa. There are so many of us already in the sector and in the room today, and in our communities doing this work. This awesome mahi includes things like Ngā Toi Māori-led advocacy in the context of the Toi Ora Wānanga, with voices from Māori artists like Bearded Makuare, Rangi Skipper and the Kōrero that we've had through engaging in an ongoing discussion with the Crown for transformational change. It includes the different approaches to advocacy and community cohesion through the response to Auckland Council with Stop the Cuts, Dignity and Money Now, and the work by a number of groups in Auckland over those kaupapa. It includes advocacy with the Regional Arts Network Aotearoa, or RANA, and sharing the voices of communities from across the motu. The importance of advocacy has emerged in response to other forms of crises as well. This ranges from impacts of the cyclone and extreme weather events, the various situations in Christchurch, and the role of arts, culture, and creativity as a tool for well-being and social cohesion. But advocacy can also feel like lonely work at times. But when we can work together, when there is a collective approach, or an approach where we understand what is going on across the ecosystem so we can tautoko the storytelling, we can start to build momentum. That occurs in rooms like this one. It occurs in collaborative activity. It occurs in communities of practices and spaces that bring together advocates from across the country to share ideas and approaches and stories for collective impact. We may not always tell the same story in the same way, but if we are heading in the same direction, our rivers can intertwine and support one another along the way. Ultimately, we want to remember that none of us can do this alone. There isn't a singular voice. This is a choir. CNZ can't do it alone. Arts organisations can't do it alone. And we certainly can't put the weight of responsibility on artists. But if we remember that we are all in it together, we will be stronger when we raise our voices with collective spirit and intent. If we can focus our energy on changing public mindsets, rather than fighting over the scraps, we have a better chance of shifting the dial in a long-term sustainable way. Art, culture, and creativity as public good. So this is more than enough of my preamble, or Jeremy's preamble, for this kōrero. Let's get into the questions and discussions for our team. So I'll move back to the room there. But first question for the team to have discussion about, and you can choose which you feel comfortable to address this point, is advocacy is perhaps also expressed as storytelling. So with that in mind, what drew you to telling stories about your sector, your art form, or your community?
Tēnā koe. I think for me, advocacy is that moment that comes when you feel the undying need to protect the integrity and the mana of whatever it is that you're passionate about. I believe wholly and completely that we must protect the mana of our rangatoi and of what manifests from those people, and our houses of creativity, because within those houses are the tools that we need to be able to fight for climate change, to be able to fight for the well-being of our indigenous people, to be able to fight for Aotearoa in general. I've learned in recent times that actually all advocacy is, which is what we do as Indigenous anyway, is tell pūrākau about what we believe in. We're just storytellers. And I think that when we put ourselves into those roles of being a storyteller, we have to think about story sovereignty. We have to think about, am I the right person to actually insert myself into the role of being the person that represents a community and tells that story to the wider, to the public, to the wider Aotearoa. So that's kind of where my current thinking about storytelling and about what advocacy is in terms of telling those stories. Unfortunately, we live in a country that doesn't fully grasp or understand the deep mana of our rangatoi. We know that when we go overseas and we can see, more successful funding models, more successful support and networks around our people that look after us. But I really believe that if we are to all do our small little bit, we can come together as a quilt. And it is in those very tiny commitments that we can make the change together.
We're just going to fight over mics. I think going back to the question, the moment that sort of shifted for me was actually quite recently. Because up until recently, as I was talking about before, advocacy was quite an abstract concept for me in terms of the way we talk about it and the examples we give. Particularly, I work in local government, and at that level it is very abstract. because you're having conversations about poo and pipes mostly. So in that sense, to see real change, you have to kind of see a change in headspaces, and you know, the Narratives for Change talks all about this. If you come to the next session, you'll hear more about that. But I think the moment that happened for me was I was at a council meeting. We're talking about a new arts and culture strategy. There's thousands of them being developed all over the country. And I played a short clip that I found online that Creative New Zealand had produced. And at the end of that clip was a young Māori artist who said, "I just want people to give a shit." And apart from the tittering around her swearing and me presenting this in council chambers, it was seeing the faces around the table change. It was a young person saying, "I want you to care." And it was kind of the first time I'd ever been kind of even vaguely emotional in council, because I was like, oh, that's what advocacy is. It's change. Like, I can see in front of me their mindsets changing. And that was just a massive shift in terms of, oh, what I'm doing will make a difference if we can find the right tools to get there together. And there's lots of smaller examples of that as well.
Yeah, I think I probably have undergone a bit of a shift in... When I first started in advocacy, I really thought it was about how to shape the things that matter to the people who have the authority, and so what that can look like is quite bureaucratic in lots of ways. So, you know, when we started off, we wrote some letters, didn't we? And then you think about the processes that you're provided with as well, and the democratic processes like long-term plan submissions processes and all that kind of thing. And I just want to pick up on what you said, Carl, and it speaks to what Kat was mentioning too, which is the difference between the idea of advocacy and story. And what I've come to believe now is that I feel like it's a bit of a trap that we get into, which is responding in the language which we have to use the right language for the stories that we want to tell. And what I mean by that is often it gets framed around statistics. So where's the facts? You know, where's the facts that it's valuable? Show us the evidence. And I was at a meeting the other day with Kelsey over there and Alison and Jeremy, and we were meeting with the spokespeople from various parties around the upcoming election. And there was this comes up a lot, which was, well, if only there was the evidence, you know, if only there was the evidence, then I'd be able to convince my colleagues, this figure was saying. And so I was just, it was a Zoom call, so I was just Googling, I just Googled, you know, Arts Audiences Atlas, CNZ's research, and then also New Zealanders in the Arts, and then I just sort of said, well, would you mind if I responded to that? And I responded to that in saying 60% of New Zealanders support investment in arts, culture and creativity. It's already there, we've got the evidence. You know, there's the evidence that 98% of New Zealanders are in the market for or are interested in arts, culture and creativity. There's huge support for diversity in arts and creativity. We have the evidence there. And what he said was, oh, it's interesting, and the public support is there. So we've got the evidence, we know the public support is there, it's about political will. And their response was, yeah, I hear you, and it would just be great if that I could convince my colleagues. And what Kelsey said was, it sounds to me like you're saying that it's our job to convince your colleagues. It'd be great if the political system could convince themselves of that. Do you know what I mean? And I thought that was such a great response, because it's about the bit that we're responsible for and some of the most effective. And so I guess what I mean is I think it is an emotional engagement, because we've got the stats, and the stats haven't made that change. So I think that those stories that you've given, Carl, around what are those stories that are going to help shift the heart space, and the great thing is that this sector, this industry, these people are the people who are the best at that. So I think that's a great cause for hope.
Oh, great responses, Koutou Mā. And just adding to that thought, there are a range of ideas, tools, approaches, concepts that exist around approaches to advocacy and quality storytelling. Has there been any particular approach that has resonated with you recently? I'll start with you, Carl.
Apparently. Well, I am promoting Ao Māori Art Gallery, which is a small gallery space up in the Hontavasa Centre in Whangarei. And I think in terms of an approach to advocacy, the trustees that originated the idea for Wairere, only a few of them are still on the trust now. We recently had a few pass away. But their real vision for it was to have a Māori gallery for Māori that also invited tauiwi in to share those stories in a really inclusive way, but that we were leading. We were leading the conversation, we were leading what we put out there into the world, we were leading at all levels because it was all Māori. And I thought that seemed quite radical to me, which you know, I felt really privileged to be invited onto the trust, but in the same breath I was kind of like, oh, this is kind of mind-blowing. And it's at the time it was like 2019, it shouldn't be mind-blowing. That should be the norm. It's just like what you were talking about. And I kind of feel like those models for change, which is really what advocacy is, it's about change, really aren't like brain surgery. It's just about pulling together the things you already know. And I felt like a bit of an idiot not realising that until I was there. But I do think that a model like that, and there's lots of models that I'm sure people are involved with sitting in the room, a model like that really does shift the way that people think about things. And whether you apply it in a small way like Wairere, although our chair, Elizabeth Ellis, has big plans, keep an eye out. In a small way like that, you can make quite a big shift for a whole lot of people. And it's not an easy thing, it's a challenge. It's constantly a challenge. But I do think it's one of those things you've got to get it going in order to make it happen. And so we're constantly being challenged in our model because being pro-Māori isn't always a positive in certain regional settings, maybe a lot of regional settings, but you are representing a large proportion of those communities that don't have a voice. So it is advocacy in that sense.
I personally get really inspired by, I guess it's creative activism. Campaigns that speak to the public, that understand the power in persuading public through connecting to their hearts and minds. So I was recently in New York and I was just walking, just strolling along the road, and I didn't realise it, but I was coming up to MoMA, the Museum of Modern Art, and they had this huge mural, painted mural. It was huge, and it just said, "Artists make New York." The most simple statement ever, and I was blown away by it. It was centering their creatives in a huge scale right in the heart of New York. And people were looking up at it, taking photos. I did a bit of research and realised that it was a huge campaign. They were profiling artists from all different boroughs all over New York, and they had a run of merch. And I just thought the simplicity just blew me away, and it was getting to, the normies, the public, directly, which is who we need to persuade. And I just emailed them, and I was like, I emailed MoMA, and I was like, "Kia ora, MoMA. Thank you so much for your amazing campaign. I was really blown away by it. I live in Aotearoa. I run a theatre. How do you feel about me copying it?" And they were like, they didn't respond for like 10 days, so I chased them up with a little hi, just checking in again. And she came back to me, and her name was Molly. Fire Molly was like, oh, awesome. Yeah, go hard. Use it. Do whatever you want with it. And so now we're running Artists Make Tāmaki up in Auckland with our theatre. And it's really simple. It's just, phase 1 is just a bunch of clothing, and it just has the slogan all over it, and it's actually selling really well, thank goodness, because I really didn't want to have 1,000 boxes of clothing in my office. But phase 2 will be sort of identifying people in Ōtautahi and Pōneke and eventually in the regions to pick up the slogan and to take it on and apply it. And yeah, so to answer your question, simple campaigns that go right to the heart of things.
If we believe we can build a future where artists and everyone who plays a part in bringing art, culture and creativity to our communities has what they need to thrive, then we know we need some big changes in the way the sector is resourced and supported. The current system is constrained, and the sector is experiencing the impact of these constraints, including historic underfunding. We know there is a need for change, but in order for this change to happen, we need people across Aotearoa to support these big changes. For big and sustained change, our decision makers need to clearly understand that they have public support. In this work, the workshop shared a metaphor of a rock and a balloon to explain the importance of building public support and understanding for big changes. Politicians are like a balloon tied to a rock. If we swat or pull at them, they may move to the left or the right, but tied down, they can only go so far. The rock in this instance is public thinking and support. The rope reminds us that decision makers and politicians are representatives and are tethered to the support of the public they represent. The way to get sustained and effective change is to work together to move the rock by building public understanding and support for change. So if we are looking at ways to move the rock, perhaps we can utilise creative approaches to do that. So my third question to our panellists is, as creative people, it is often part of the process to find inspiration from other places. And with that in mind, what is an example of strength-based storytelling in the sector that resonated with you? And I know, Kat, you've had one good quarter on that perspective there, but if anyone else.
Well, because Dr. Jeremy Mail is not here today, I think I'll reference his work at Creative Waikato. So at the moment, Creative Waikato are running a program called Whiria Te Tangata, which is really where a group of artists working in and with their community, they're funded part-time, so they get to, as part of their kind of portfolio career, they get to be funded through this program and they get to work in their community for a year. So what it is, it's basically a project that takes the idea of what might be a universal basic income or an artist's wage or any of those things. And those people who've been involved in campaigning for a while know that that idea has been around a long time and it's had different manifestations over the years. What I love about what Jeremy did is that rather than necessarily advocating it in a traditional sense, part of what he did was build it to make it happen. And then once you're living that and once it's happening and it's in the world, it's so powerful, you know. So sometimes that's hard because you need the resource to be able to do that. But if there are opportunities for you just to even have a go and pilot something, then it's a really powerful, it's that whole sort of show, don't tell, I suppose. So I'm really inspired by many of you in the room and many across Aotearoa New Zealand who show what that could look, show what the change could look like. And I think what's been interesting with Whiria Te Tangata is since that program has started, you know, it exists on the Green Party manifesto, for example. Whiria Te Tangata is written on the manifesto because you've got the evidence there, you've got the people engaged, you can see it and feel it and do it. And so I've been very inspired by that. So I'm inspired to do more than say. That's my mission for myself.
and slightly different because both those examples are really great examples of how it's like a big picture, big vision shift. The example that came to mind was we have a network of art gallery directors, very informal network, now has a very large number of members. And one of the things that we talked about, which was reflected in one of the last sessions about media, was the lack of profile that the arts were getting in the media and how we could be really proactive in changing that, rather than sitting there going, ooh, it's really bad, need to change that, nothing happens. Or you're sort of rallying to get change by yourself. Collectively, we said, well, let's put our money where our mouths are and let's pay for a platform where, because one of the things that we realised was that there wasn't enough being written about the arts, particularly the visual arts, in relation to both critique but also interesting stories that weren't about promotion. And so we all kind of bandied together and put funds in to commission a part of the Art Now website, which would commission essays and would have an editor. And I think, although that sounds really specific and very focused on the visual arts, although performance is in there as well, for me it said if a small number of people get together and want to make change, they can make change. That's all it takes. You just have to sign up to it. And for us, for a lot of those galleries, they didn't have big budgets, so the larger galleries put in more. There was no minimum, there was no maximum, you just did what you could. Some people couldn't do anything, so that was fine. But it meant that that profile did increase. It's only one platform, but it made a difference. And I think it's all about that making a difference. So whether it's a campaign that has a big billboard or has T-shirts, or whether it's a small group of people getting together to shift something, for me that's all really important. It's not about scale.
Oh, really good responses there, all three, into that, those questions there. The simplicity, lack of scale, you can actually achieve a lot with a little but very clever ways to break through. And in terms of the collective action here, the theme for this panel has been framed around collective advocacy. And what does this mean to you, and how do you see this occurring in your particular communities?
Yeah, I think collective it's really important to get clear about what we mean when we say collective advocacy. I think when we hear that word collective, it means that, we need to all be doing the same thing on the same kaupapa, speaking to the same people, trying to persuade with the same message. And I actually don't believe that that is any longer valuable or powerful. I think what I mean when I say collective is, let's all be on the kaupapa, whether that be in small ways, whether that be at large scale, but let's do it in a localised way where we have the mandate from our community to be able to tell the story in a way that is tika and pono, to be able to represent, our rangatoi at a community grassroots level and move from the bottom up. I think national advocacy, I don't know, maybe that's a point of contention, but I think that what we need to do is localise our mahi. But all be on the kaupapa together, and that's the collective part.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I also have to say that I'm a convert in this. So I think I stood up at one of these conferences about 8 years ago and said, what we need is a national advocacy body. Like I was that person. And because, when we were faced with various crises, when we're not organised together, it can feel good to feel like there might just be one place. That there'll be one place where there'll be key messages and it'll be nice and clear. But the realisation of that and why those things to date also haven't succeeded that much, I think, is what Kat has said around that having that one national approach is really limited. And so now I think that network effect is really, really powerful. And I've been lucky enough to, with Toi Ika Arts Wellington, we've played a role in the regional arts network Aotearoa, as Tane mentioned. And one of the cool things about that has been just having that net. It's a loose network. We don't have a trust deed or anything like that. It's really a gathering place. What's been cool is also how different people's strengths have come to the fore on different things. Te Tauma Te Toi Iwi and Creative Waikato, at the beginning, they definitely played a big, and Creative New Zealand also played a role in this, but a real convening role. They had some resource, they helped, they put some more money in than others might have been able to do. And then we kind of each figure out who's best placed to take on what thing. And I think it's also about the strength of advocating for issues that are adjacent to your own. It doesn't have to be something that you necessarily know deeply, in the sense that if you can still be a support to someone else's kaupapa if it's within the wider thing. And I think the caution with that is also just ensuring that you have a valid mandate, and I've also fallen foul of that, I'll be the first to say, where through a kind of desire to feel like you're being inclusive, what you end up doing is speaking on behalf of or assuming that you are playing a advocacy role. So at Arts Wellington, we're a membership organisation, and so the way that we gather that mandate is through a process with our membership, and we're just about to start one of those, which is where we gather what we call our Arts Action Agenda, and that's basically where we go out to our members and to the wider community, into whanganui-atara, and say, what are the things that are important to you, and then we validate it and we check it, and that ends up being the list that we advocate for. And so it's not the board's decision, it kind of comes through the membership, and that's just like one tiny way, and everyone has different, every different group or entity will have their own entire different way of doing it. And I think within Rana, we all have different ways, so we're all different kinds of organisations in different phases, and yeah, that network effect has been really powerful.
I'm just going to add to that in that I totally agree about this idea that you can support adjacent kaupapa, and that is advocacy. You don't have to be part of it. But the flip side of that, which may not land so well with all of you, is that there is often, not all the time, but on occasion you get people being very critical of movements or projects or initiatives, but they don't put their money where their mouth is. And I find that really problematic. So rather than being a critique of that thing, step forward and offer yourself to do it a different way. Or start your own initiative, or do whatever it is you want to do, but rather than pulling other people down or doing other things that contradict those initiatives, which for the most part are trying to benefit all of us, do your own thing if you don't agree with that thing. Because I do feel like there is a lot of critique of advocacy groups or initiatives for the sake of it, or a lot of it's about representation. Like, you don't represent me, and it's like, well, I'm not here to represent you, I'm here to represent the kaupapa. And we talk a lot about this on Te Rōpū Manatoi. We do not represent the sectors, we're not there as representatives of the sectors that we're from, we're there as individuals who have a voice from that sector. You know, we understand that sector from our own perspective. And somebody else will then take our place at some stage. And it's really up to all of you to put your hand up if you want to be that person that takes our place. So it's more like a challenge I'm throwing out there, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, we're certainly not mandated by our sector and selected in that process. So I agree with Kyle on that front there. It's just making sure that that voice from those sectors or those art forms are in the conversation. Another question I've got, thanks for those wonderful answers, Koutou Mā. Storytelling connects with people when they can feel things and it resonates with their humanity. So when thinking about advocacy, how do we encourage a connection to feelings? How do we bring wairuatanga into the process of advocacy, making it a tangible and practical thing that is embodied rather than approaching this mahi as an academic thought exercise? Any whakaaro on that?
Just use the art form itself to advocate for the art form.
I think that's it right through.
This is a good question for me. I had a long muse over it, and my answer to it is a little waiata actually that I learned by my dad. But my dad taught me, and I feel really nervous all of a sudden, so I'm just gonna have a go. Nid oi hingo vin bywyd moethus air bi na berlau man gofyn wydd am galon hapus calon nunus calon lan yn llawn daioni te cachew na lili dlos dim yn calon lan ach cani di dda chani nos. And that little song is a very famous song in Wales called Calon Lan, which means pure heart. The lyrics sort of say, it doesn't matter about gold and riches. What matters is having a warm heart. It's about arohai, that waiata. But the reason it came to me, because we had a hui the other week with Kelsey that I was just referring to before, with Kelsey and Alison and Jeremy, and we'd gone and had all these different hui. And when I was welcoming them to our office, that song came to me. And one of the things about it that my dad taught me was that song was a kind of rallying cry, I guess, in Wales around the revitalisation of Welsh language, but was also sung in Parliament during the Brexit negotiations by Plaid Cymru, which is, and so I think, yeah, that was my response to that question was just sometimes those, just the way, what Kat said, actually. What Kat said, use the art form, yeah.
I did have an interesting experience when we were doing a protest march for the 70 Maori dolphins that were left, predicted numbers, and we ended up doing a silent march from Civic Square through to Parliament, just except for a bell that would ding right through for the 70 that were remaining, the numbers that were through there, that was still in that process, and the element of that power of less is more as this whole group are walking through the city in this very silent migration painted, and we also had of the 37 that had died or been picked up and died in that period of time, we had little mini coffins for them that we carried through, so it's quite just the symbolic messaging of where things were sitting. So that power of silence, a bit like I guess the Buto form that came out of the nuclear atomic bombs in Japan, and the blood coming out of the ears of Sankai-juku and companies of that front really shows the power, potency of using the art to express powerful advocacy. As we do our mahi in service of the next generation and being a good ancestor, how does that flow into the nature of advocacy and storytelling? How do you be a good advocate, and what does that mean for you?
I think, first of all, mihi to the incredible wahine who opened up our space this morning with the waiata and poihaka, because I think that has really opened up a space of wairuatanga for us today, and actually that is the answer to that question for me of being a good advocate, I think, is being mokopuna focused, of preparing, clearing the pathway and preparing the sector for our children and our grandchildren and what we want to see for them. Accepting that it's probably not going to happen in my generation, might not even happen in the next, but for our mokopuna, setting our sights on that horizon of what that vision is. We might not be able to see it yet, but we can feel it, we can start to bring it into form, and I think a commitment to that future-focused advocacy.
I think just probably adding to that is that when we talk about advocacy, it's often, I think some of the best role models I've had in terms of advocacy have never talked about themselves. It's always been about others, and it's always been about the future. Because you often can't realise the things that you're advocating for within your career span or your lifespan, but you've got this vision and you really want it to happen, and all these amazing things that we've seen in the past. I think of the exhibition Te Māori and the number of people that didn't see it happen, but advocated for it for a very long time in advance, and the immense impact that's had on our national culture. That's advocacy for me.
I'm just going to jump in some questions from the audience. So, why is the value of the arts absent from every political party's election campaign? Who could advocate for that to change, and how? Really good question.
That's me. Why is the value of the arts absent from me? Well, I should say, as a point of order, it's not entirely. I mean, it is largely absent. There are a place to go is the Arts Action Now website. And I just want to mahi to the people that have put that together. So that's a new website that's just come online and really is a creative-led space that is trying to make sense, trying to pull together some of the current thoughts of the different political parties so that the sector and so anyone can be informed. So I think there are some people advocating for that to change by trying to make that visible, trying to make the absence visible, if that makes any sense. And also on that website is what we tried to do, and this came out of talking to the spokespeople and that point that I made earlier about the fact that the stats weren't possibly being as effective as maybe we had hoped they would be. So we as Rana, put together a little video campaign, and we started with young people, with Taihui teenagers, asking questions to political leaders. So we videoed them, the people videoed themselves, asking questions, and then we got the spokespeople to answer. And I think one of the things that was really instructive about that is that the questions that then needed to be put forward couldn't be bureaucratic questions because they're coming out of the mouths of a teenager, and so they ended up being things like, what's a creative thing you like to do in your home? And I think then you suddenly see political figures who are used to talking in bureaucraties suddenly think, oh, I like to do poetry with my daughter, or and so it's I don't know the answer to that question, which is a really valid one, but I think what I hope we did is we got them to think for a moment a little bit differently about it, about what it means to be considering creativity and culture when they're thinking about policy making and coming at it from a human level. So,
yeah. I'm just thinking one thing with David Seymour, who's pretty happy to get onto the, was it not strictly boring, but the Dancing with the Stars kind of thing. He'll use that platform to put forward his element in that and say, hey, don't forget, bro, you use that platform and our art forms to get your way across. I know you're a bit not that greatest dancer, but anyway, but don't forget that you're very happy to use those elements there, but that's seen by thousands of people and hundreds of thousands of people dance in Aotearoa, from kapahaka to hip-hop to ballroom, right across those social dances, partner dances. It's a big part of the well-being of our country. So being able to kind of elicit to them and go, that was a publicity stunt for you, but actually it's a beautiful movement that happens every day and is the well-being of a lot of people's lives. So just thought I'd add that in the mix there as well. I just want to make a comment here in the words of Mike Smith. Someone's for Wharihoka Smith, they said, in the words of Mike Smith, people power. Moving the people will move the rock. Remembering rocks exist at a local, regional and national level. Here. And here's another one. From Wharihoka Smith, the power of toi in context is advocacy, holding space until the advocate arrives. on that front there. I think we're getting a bit tight for time now, whānau, so I'll just get into our place. Yes, we are. Good timing. Oh, I've done 3 in a row. Bring it on. Okay. 1 minute 33 and counting. So I say thanks. Thanks everyone for being here today. We're collectively on a journey to deepen people's understanding of a clear vision for the future and how to get there. Repeating that vision as often as we can gives people hope and can create a pathway to solutions. To finish up, I'd want to first once again thank CNZ for the space for this discussion, and in particular the advocacy team for their mahi in this space. To thank our beautiful panellists for their wisdom, insights, kōrero, and ongoing powerful mahi that is making and shaping tangible changes in our communities and beyond. Thank you all so much for that work that you do on the ground every day for our communities. I want to be a homai te paki kia rātou for that. To all of you who have joined us here today, thanks for your engagement and questions, and hopefully you can and will apply these things to your mahi. And I'd just like Kara and Kerry-Ann to stand for us at the moment from Te Rōpū Manatoi. So you can see them. They've got physical books of our Narratives for Change guides if you'd like to grab a physical booklet, or you can download it off the CNZ website. And to close, I might stand up. And to close, I would like to share this vision statement crafted by Rosabelle Tan, and down here, let this guide us into the day and future. Imagine an art sector that feels electrified, with leaders that make our jaws drop, with artists that sear themselves into our flesh, with work that completely rewires how we see the world, that makes our hearts pound so hard it hurts. Imagine a sector where our artists choose to stay here because there's nowhere else they'd rather be. A place where others try to tour, to build relationships, to learn. As we stand at this precipice, let's choose to stand tall and proud. And as we start to plant these first seeds, let's choose to lead the way. Thank you, Rosabelle, for those beautiful words. And just to finish us off, I'd like to ask the whānau of Te Rōpū Manatoi to come up on stage and share our waiata of Te Rōpū Manatoi with you to close off our session today. Kia koe Meg, ko Rua, ko Kat, ko Kyle, tēnei te mihi kia koutou katoa. If the team can come up now, we'll set the throw, but tēnei te mihi aroha kia koutou mō tō pukinga kōrero, mō tō mahi tino whakahira I tēnei wā, ki te whakamārama, ki te whai, ki te poipoi a mātou, nā whakaaro o tēnei, te kaupapa, ki te tautoko, te mahi o nā toi, tēnei te mihi kia koutou. Ki te kapuia e kore e whati, te whakaoratanga o ngā mahi, toi katoa. Ki te kotahi te kakaho ka whati, ki te kapuia e kore e whati, te whakahoratanga o ngā mahi, toi katoa. Mai te timatatanga, ki te whakamutunga. Te mana, te ihi, te wehi, te wana. Mai Tuturoa whiti whakamaua kia tinga. Haumea, hui e, tai ki e. Tēnā koutou katoa.
Tēnā no tātou. Not a bad job there, tāne mahuta. Off the bench for the Warriors, up the wās. Ka pai tātou. Man, you guys get a lot of moving around this afternoon. You're going to head to your next breakout session, ne te whānau. So again, it'll be on your lanyard. So breakout 5 for the emerging leaders kōrero. You're going to Essex, the Essex room. For breakout 6, for narratives of change, you're heading to the Blenheim room. For breakout 7, for environmental sustainability, that's happening in the Tamandra room. And here in the grand ballroom, it is the disability arts session. And then after that whānau, you're going to get to go to afternoon kai. And so don't forget, I've already done karakia for the kai, so you can just carry on after your breakout session and have a nice cup of tea. Ka pai tātou. Ai, ko koe te, kei te tautoko koe I tēnei?
No, here te koro ke hapui.
Oh!
No Ngāti Tuakoi.
Well,
Oh, yeah.
what are you?
Wow, tā moho, kua roa au e moho ana no taranaki o tetahi reanga whakapata te pāpa. Anyway, I au I konei, te te yeah, he kia nei a Ngāti tū. Tahi koe tana pāpa ko te moana. Anyway, ko rokaha, ko roi, te matarai, o matarai. Anyway, kei hei te tahi no wāsi. And he mea, tari, so, ko roka tēnei matarai.
He tuahine, he whanaunga rānei ki etahi atu wahine, ana I neke rātou ki ngāpuni, eh?
Yeah.
So, yeah, e kaha noho ana te whānau Robertson ki Manaia. Benita?
Oh, yes, I was looking for
Benita?
Kōrero.
Ko ia te.
Ne?
Yeah, no Ngāti tūturu aia.
Bonita kei hea koe.
Yeah, Benita.
I reira, yeah.
Yeah.
good, Stace, if you want to.
Go ahead.
You might not.
You got a microphone now? So me. Yeah. Cool. Kia pai. Yes. Do these come on by themselves? Yeah. Tēnā tātou katoa. Can everybody take their seats? I can't see down the back there. Ka pai tātou. Welcome to this session. Our session today is called Tapatahi, Deaf and Hard of Hearing, Hearing Disabled and Non-Disabled, Working Together to Make Collective Change. Ko tā rātou kōrero. We long to live respectfully with one another. We long to embrace relationships that are meaningful How can deaf and hard of hearing, disabled and non-disabled people work together to enhance opportunities for deaf and hard of hearing and disabled communities? What can hearing and non-disabled people learn from tangata Waika'a, tangata Turi, deaf and hard of hearing and disabled people to explore new ways of arts leadership, practice and engagement? Join Raera Turner, NZSL, Consultant and Company Manager, Equal Voices Arts, and Stace Robertson, Access, Inclusion and Participation Advisor, Arts Access Aotearoa, in conversation with Rodney Bell, Artistic Direction Panel, Touch Compass, as they explore these questions to challenge our understanding of deaf and hard of hearing and disability culture and work together to make collective change. Tēnā no tātou katoa.
Tēnā koe wā. Nō reira, tēnā koutou katoa. Nau mai, hara mai, whakatau mai, ki te tā ko tapatahi. Ko ai au, tainui te waka, nā te mana poto te iwi, nā te rora te hapu, te toko ngānu anoho, te whare tupuna, mga oki wa te awa, mataki oro te maunga, ko Rodney Bell, tuku ingoa, nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Ko te mea tūtahi, kei te mihi atu, ki ngā iwi, ngā hapu, ngā moana, ngā mauna, ngā maunga, ngā awa, o ngā motu, o taranaki oki ki tēnā, nō reira, kei te mihi, kei te mihi, kei te mihi. Nō reira koutou, thank you for being here, sharing the air with us today as artists that lean differently in the wind. We're very honoured to be sitting up here, especially me, besides my two colleagues here, who I look up to and are very strong leaders in Aotearoa at the moment in that disability art space. Today we're going to go through a few questions. I'll ask 3 questions and we'll be focusing on a few things around disability culture and assumptions and so forth. But before we go ahead and do that, I'd like to introduce you to my better halves. Nō reira, could we have paki for my sister here, Rahira?
Tēnā tātou katoa, ko kāreoi, ko pirongi a ngā maunga. Ko kāwhia, ko Aotea ngā moana, e rere nei. Ko tainui te waka, ko Waikato te iwi. Ko Ngāti Mahuta te hapua, me te patupō, Ngāti Tūwhare toa, aku hapu. Ko te koraha, me make tū, ngā marae. Ko wai tēnei e tuaki nei, ko Rahira Turner. Tēnā tātou katoa.
Tēnā tātou. I am the Equal Voices Arts Manager and NZSL Creative Consultant. Our passion is to share our richness and the beauty of our first language, New Zealand Sign Language. We love to see deaf performers on stage, and our aim is to ensure that it's accessible and equitable for deaf and hearing audiences. I would say we also have other passions, which is to support artists, but also venues in making sure that their space is accessible for deaf patrons as well as our artists. I just want to give you just a quick brief on how to work with the NZSL interpreters. So obviously I'm signing and the interpreter is my voice. Equally, when you speak to me, they will sign what has been spoken. Next slide. Okay, here we go. So Equal Voices Arts are Aotearoa's first and only touring professional deaf and hearing theatre company. We devise as well as develop our own original work in both New Zealand Sign Language and spoken language. And we do this to create mahi that is accessible for both communities, deaf and hearing. Back to you.
Tēnā koe rāera. Anō hoki, another better side of me, Stace.
Kia ora koutou, ko Stace Robertson, tōku ingoa. My name is Stace Robertson. My pronouns are he, him, or they, them. My ancestors are from England, Ireland, Scotland, and France. And I grew up in Kirikiriroa, Hamilton. Now live in Featherston and work in Pōneke. And I want to mihi particularly to the mana whenua of Taranaki. Some of my ancestors were involved in the colonisation of this place, so I want to acknowledge that. And also want to say I'm a disabled person, a queer person, and a trans person. And I want to say that because those identities help form the privileges and marginalizations that I experience and the place from which I speak. And also because in the current context of rising conservatism and fascism, I think it's important when it feels safe to be visible so that people know that we're here and to see our experiences and understand that that kind of rhetoric is harmful to all of us. So in my day job, I work for Arts Access Aotearoa. My role has changed since I wrote that bio. I'm now the lead accessibility advisor, and I'm also an artist working in ceramics mainly, but also painting as well. Kia ora.
Tēnā koe, Stace. And I just would like to make this even more accessible for our Ngāti couple. So I sit here as a Māori man with brown skin, brown eyes, brown curly hair that I obtained from my beautiful mum and dad. I have a brown checkered hat on that I forgot the name of, but it looks cool. I sit here and I've got a shirt that I scored over in Poole and Dorset at the in Wales, at the Green Man's Festival, and it's got pink stripes on it, white stripes down it, blue stripes comes short down my arm. I am sitting in what makes me look good is my wheelchair. I've got fancy wheels on it. They glow in the sun. And I'm very proud to own and share with you my acquired disability of 33 years paraplegia. If Lahere, if you'd like to do an audio description, please.
Kia ora, Rodney. So I've got blonde hair, I have blue eyes, and I have glasses on, wearing a black jacket. I have a black t-shirt on, and it has the American symbol, which means I love you, emblazoned across it in red writing. That's me. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Stace.
Kia ora. I'm bald. I'm wearing glasses. I tend to lean to the left or to the right. And I'm wearing just a kind of orangey brown jumper, black pants and floral sneakers. I've got fair skin. I'm wearing some raggedy black nail polish.
Kia ora, and before we move on, because we're artists and we're creatives, and between each section I'm going to offer you a point of art in this. I'm going to offer you the 4 elements of breath. The first element of breath we're going to use is air. In the nose, ko te hi. Out the mouth, ko te ah. So we're going to share a little four breaths with that element. And in that element, let's think about ecology and about our air and what we could do for our air moving on from the space later on. So let's do that in our own time. Ko te hi. Kia ora. It's our element of there. So, e tapatahi, we are deaf and disabled and non-disabled working together, make a collective change. And the panel of Rahera, Stace and myself, we will answer 3 questions about deaf and disability culture and the impact on arts practice, but also the assumptions regarding hidden disability and how non-disabled people can work with deaf and disabled people in a meaningful way. So with that said, I'm going to move on to question 1, which is, how does deaf disability culture impact your arts practice? And I will pass on to Rahera.
Well, in the past, before Equal Voices Arts, professional deaf performers on stage performing in NZSL was a rarity. We didn't really have any deaf stories that weren't shared with deaf or hearing audiences. And there were no professional theatre training opportunities for our deaf performers, which is why we established the company here in Aotearoa. Equal Voices Arts, we devise and develop all our works collaboratively, with no hierarchy of language or creative input. In all of our productions, New Zealand Sign Language and English are not directly translated, but they're given the same priority on stage. So we don't have any formal interpretation on our stages. We have a narrative for the deaf audience and a different narrative for the hearing audience. And the 2 storylines weave together to make a piece that is overall accessible for all audiences. That way we can play with the narrative of each community while simultaneously respecting their very different cultural experiences and diversity. We feel that the placement of languages puts forward a strong political statement of equality. So sign language is no longer relegated to the corner, but put front and centre stage. Raising the profile of New Zealand Sign Language within the arts sector in Aotearoa and internationally as well is so important to all of our mahi. In the past 7 years, we have toured 3 major pieces. At the End of My Hands, Salonika, which was commissioned on a European tour, and last year our new work, Where Our Shadows Meet, which had a successful season at Circa and has also been invited overseas to Europe as well. And so the next slide will show a bit of a trailer, a short 2-minute video, which will be food for thought. And so we have our the late deaf actor Sean Fahey and our hearing actor Mihailo within that piece. So our mahi is embedded in everything that we do, representation of deaf culture in our stories on stage, deaf leadership and performers, NZSL as a language, being a priority in our rehearsal room and in our performances. Our creative process also acknowledges that our hearing collaborators can learn a lot from their deaf colleagues. That is shown through the non-hierarchical devising method that we take. We're not all about just providing access, but shifting the traditional power dynamics that place deaf culture below the mainstream. We as a company identify that the hearing world can learn a lot from the deaf world through allyship.
Kia ora Rahira. Hey Stacey, I'll just repeat the question for you. My friend, how does deaf disabled culture impact your arts practice?
I think the first thing is that my work is literally shaped by my disability. My ceramics work is made within the context of how my body can move the clay. For anyone who's done ceramics, you'll know that to throw on the wheel, your body has to be centered for the clay to be centered. And when you're a perpetually leftward or rightward leaning person, that can be quite an interesting process. But I think the way that disability culture has really enabled me to step into my arts practice is providing a way for me to let go of non-disabled expectations around ways of working and how long things should take and normative career progressions and things like that. Crip time has been a really foundational way of thinking for me, and that is a term that was coined by an American woman, Alison Kafer, and it challenges expectations around time and says that we shouldn't be bending our disabled bodies to meet non-disabled expectations of time, but we should be bending time to suit our bodies and ways of being. So that's been really foundational for me. And it has removed the expectation to make work that aligns with non-disabled or, ceramics conventions of what is good and bad or skilled and unskilled work. And an example of that is my works are intentionally quite heavy, and in a kind of conventional ceramics practice that would be seen as bad or unskilled work, but I do it on purpose, not because I can't throw light pots, but because I'm really clumsy, and if the pots are heavy, I'm less likely to knock them off a table or damage them in the making process. And so the pot you can see on the screen there is made from uku from up in the Coromandel at Driving Creek Railways. And that pot is stamped with a quote from the late Australian disability activist and comedian Stella Young, and it says, "To live unapologetically in a body you're constantly told you should be ashamed of is a radical act." And the idea behind that work and the series of pots is ceramics traditionally are for holding things and have been known to be artifacts, ways of understanding things about culture. And disability history, disability culture has not been visible traditionally within non-disabled ways of thinking and working because of eugenics and frameworks that mean we don't value disabled experiences. And so this work is really playing with that idea, but also the idea of literally passing on knowledge, of finding quotes from disabled people that resonated with me and helped me find a place and a way of thinking and working and disrupting some of the internalized ableism that I had experienced growing up, not being around other disabled people, and being able to leave them and gift them on to other disabled people, and with the understanding that they would then pass them on to someone else once they had taken what they could from it. And so it's really, disability culture is really the foundation of my work at the moment, and it wasn't always like that. I didn't grow up around disability culture, and in my art school training and things, I wasn't openly identifying as disabled. I was hiding my identity because I couldn't see any other disabled people around me, and I thought to be an artist, I had to pretend to be non-disabled to be taken seriously. So yeah, it's really been foundational, and I think it's a really important way of, that representation of disability and deaf culture, as Rahira was saying, is really about saying we have stories and we have culture and experiences to share, and it's ways of disrupting those hierarchies that otherwise wouldn't be acknowledged. So, kia ora.
Kia ora, Stace. Kia ora. Hey, now we're coming on to our second element of breath, and that's a water breath. But this time I'd like you to put your arms out to your side. Hold them out. Imagine we are water, and the water breath is in your nose, out your nose. So we breathe in our nose, ko te hi. We breathe out our nose. You can close your eyes, spend some time with the water breath. Think about what the water breath does for you. Remember, it's not the water's fault. I love the rain. What can we do when we leave here to tautoko our water? No reira, komotu. We move on to our second question. Our second question, Rahira, is what are some assumptions regarding hidden disability, and how does it affect the artistic process? Get to play.
Well, deafhood is a hidden disability, as it doesn't show, or it's not obvious to hearing people that I'm deaf until they start a conversation with me. And then usually what happens is a deer in headlights moment for that hearing person. They automatically start to figure out how to communicate with me, whether that be through writing down things on a piece of paper and whatnot. But there's two ways to remedy this. You can use sign language or arrange an interpreter for the conversation. But we as deaf, we can help lead that conversation, and we can manage as well. So I suppose the key message is don't panic. There are many assumptions by our hearing whānau, and they think that deaf people can't achieve to the same level that hearing people can, whether it be literacy, jobs, lifestyle. And so hearing people assume that deaf people can't drive, or because I'm deaf myself, I can pass on this deaf gene. But we are a people of the eye. We're a visual people. And so, but evidence has shown that the majority, that deafness is passed down from deaf parents. That's the assumption, but 90% of deaf are from hearing parents, while only 10% of deaf people are from deaf parents. So that gets rid of that misconception. These are some of the common questions that you could expect from a hearing person. Can you hear me? Can you lip read? Can you understand me? How do you wake up for work? Can you hear the baby cry? Can you even drive? Are your children all deaf? But as our quote so aptly says, a deaf person can do anything that a hearing person can do, except hear. And so we have our own ways of communicating. For example, hearing people clap with their hands, but we wave our hands like this. That's our deaf clap. and it's one of our tikanga we use as deaf whānau. So there's no accessible and inclusive formal performance training opportunities for our turi whānau. There's a lack of recognition that we as turi are masters of physical storytelling. There is more time that is needed with the actual creative process, and our creative process is different from the hearing mainstream process. And access is more than just sign language interpretation. What art is accessible is usually programmed or decided on by hearing, not deaf. For example, we may have an interpreted performance, but it might be a hearing script, for example, that I have seen personally. We have interpreters, but there's multiple characters within the script, and so it gets too much for the interpreter to manage, which then becomes not accessible for us. Prior to EVA, there were no opportunities for deaf to access formal training in theatre or in film in our own reo, which is New Zealand Sign Language. We know that we have these institutions here in Aotearoa that provide these training opportunities, but they aren't necessarily accessible for our turi whānau. The only way that we can access it is with the support of interpreters. However, access is more than just sign language interpretation, and they don't understand the deaf lens and how that can empower our artistic mahi. It is still hard to get access to those types of opportunities, even to this day. Deaf artists are masters of physical storytelling and creating worlds through physicality. Time. Our artistic processes can take longer as we are working in multiple languages to ensure that everyone in the room has creative input into the project. Our tirohanga or our tikanga, our way of telling stories or assembling stories are different from text-based traditional theatre. We do not work with a script. Our starting point is not the scripts. We create the physicality first and discuss our ideas and have that wānanga. And we may make a physical score as a way to record the show. As mentioned earlier, our pieces have no formal interpretation. While we do have NZSL interpreted performances, there are very few deaf actors performing in their first language, and so festival and venue programming staff do not always consult with us, the deaf community, as to what shows they want interpreted. And so here we have another example of what this kōrero has been about. Press play.
I'm so sorry for... Can I go first, please? So I want to tell you that I'm sorry for... Don't go over me, please, Rose. Just hear me out. I want to talk to you. I need to talk to you. I'm not listening. No. Can you just slow down? First of all, slow down. Let me speak first. I need to explain things. Just slow down. Rose, please. It's very hard. I need to talk. No, I'm not talking to you like that. Just no. You don't want to listen to me. That's the problem. You're not listening. Wow. Stop with that, Rose. Just stop
And so here we can see a classic communication breakdown between a father and a daughter. The father is wanting to communicate with his daughter verbally, following the hearing tikanga. And so relating it back to our pātai is that we see our language barriers between sign language and spoken English. Deaf and hearing people have their own perspectives on their own languages, which can differ. Kei a koe.
Hey, kia ora. Tēnā koe rāhia. Okay, I think just before I go to my friend, I think we want to create a ngi or a vibration in this room just to like awake the toto. So on tairua turu, on turu, I'd like you to clap or whack your chest or shout or scream or create some sort of energy. So tairua turu. Kia ora. Hey, I'll just repeat the question to you, please. Stace, hang on. Just put these binoculars. What are some assumptions regarding hidden disability and how does it affect the artistic process?
Kia ora, Ronnie. I think the big thing is just not being visible in spaces. Often people, when they're thinking about access, are not thinking about people whose disabilities might not be visible. But it's also in terms of, my disability is more visible now than it was 2 years ago or 3 years ago. Certainly when I was a kid, when I was young, I could pretty much hide my disability and people didn't know if I didn't tell them. So I grew up in a context where I was often having to explain why I couldn't do something, and I can remember being very small, like first few years of school, and having to explain to teachers that I wasn't being naughty, I just couldn't do something, and I couldn't even pronounce the name of my disability, but I was having to kind of contextualize myself for people. And so that invisibleness, it creates an experience of feeling like I'm not disabled enough and I'm not able enough, and so it can feel difficult to take up space sometimes, particularly when access is so limited and we're so impacted by ableism. It can feel really hard to say, I need this, when I know that some of my tangata whaikaha whānau need other things more, or need things to be different. So that's always been an interesting dynamic for me, and I still haven't found a way through that necessarily. But I think it comes down to people being more open-minded and aware of the different ways that disability and accessibility impact. And I think part of that has been perpetuated through disabled people not being visible in society because of eugenics and because disability has been seen as something negative since colonisation. People don't want to identify as disabled. So our community is less diverse than it could be if people felt like they could sit alongside us as disabled people. And often I'll talk to people who have an experience of a disability or impairment, but they don't feel like they can claim a disability because they haven't experienced the same level of oppression, or and they don't want to take up space, or they're not sure if whatever their condition is counts as a disability. And I think that harms all of us because our understandings of what it is to be disabled people is restricted. And so I think that's the hard side of invisible disabilities. But I think there are advantages, and in my advocacy mahi with Arts Access Aotearoa, it has been an advantage at times to be able to move into spaces that some other disabled people are not able to go, and to be able to be a little bit stealth and create change, or try and argue for things, or give examples of situations in that way. And I remember when I first started working at Arts Access Aotearoa about 4 years ago, the person who had been doing my job previously wasn't disabled, and she'd been doing a fantastic job, but there was this moment where I turned up to a meeting in person with an organisation, and I got to their venue, and I was met with a flight of very steep stairs in a Victorian villa that had been turned into an office. And I called them from down the bottom of the stairs and I said, I'm sorry, is there somewhere else we can meet, because I can't actually get up the stairs to see you. And that was one of those kind of moments where that change happens just through showing up, just through being in the space. So yeah, I don't know if that answers the question exactly, but yeah, I think it's about being comfortable to say, you know, we're part of this community and we want space and we want to be present as well.
Kia ora, Stace, and I'd just like to acknowledge Stace for all the advocacy he does for Arts Access Aotearoa, because he cloaks all of us disabled artists behind the scenes in lots of different ways, so tēnei to me, Stace. Okay, now it's our turn to give gratitude to Papa Tūnuku through our breath, and it's a form of grounding also, but just give, in this breath, just give gratitude to Papa Tūnuku in your own way, and it's the earth breath. It's in the mouth, out the nose, so ko te hi in the mouth, and this is a strong breath, so inflate, and when you exhale out the nose, sink. Let your head come down. Inflate. Let your head come down. Just spend a couple of breaths with that in your own time, just thinking about and sending aroha to Papa Tūnuku. Kia ora komatu. So we're going on to our third question, and hang on, I'm going to do this properly this time. Yeah. Rahira, how can non-disabled and hearing people work with deaf, disabled people in a meaningful way?
Kia ora, Rodney. Come on now, give me the tool. Okay, so first and foremost, make no assumptions. So from your frame of reference, from your cultural lens, we recommend seeking out opinions and consult with others with lived experience of deafhood. In the context of the mahi that we do, when it comes to devising new work, ensure that you're working collaboratively to decide on what context or stories to explore. If you are programming works, ensure that you arrange for sign language interpreters, but also ensure you're engaging with us as whānau turi. We also check in with our wider deaf community about how we're representing these stories, and we do that even though we are a deaf and hearing theatre company. Which leads to our next principles. Oh, aroha mai. Dropped the ball there, didn't I? I think I'm doing quite a good job though, Rodney. So in terms of consultation, if you want to engage deaf audiences, because we are audiences, or you have any questions about how to work alongside us as a deaf community, or you want to create an interpreted version of a piece in NZSL, always seek out a deaf consultant. Have that kōrero. Alongside the mahi that I do with EVA, I also work as a deaf consultant for the arts sector in Aotearoa. Our mahi is to raise the profile as deaf consultants. Access is more than just providing sign language interpreters. It's actually foundational and is vital, but it's just a step forward for access. Working with consultants or providing that access and how to engage with deaf audiences, how to make them feel welcome and understood is also an area we can advise on. We are experts in our native language, New Zealand Sign Language. We are experts in our identity as deaf. Deaf consultants can also work alongside hearing interpreters to develop interpreted pieces. The deaf leadership can support both deaf audiences and the hearing interpreter. We say this a lot, for deaf, by deaf, through deaf. We can show the reality of our situation best in a powerful way. We need deaf leadership in these spaces. For far too long, it has actually been hearing-led. Things are changing, but we need to see more change. Aroha mai. There were some pivotal moments for me in this conference, and one was yesterday morning when our whaia tēnā spoke to us about colonisation. And as a Māori deaf community, we can identify that. So we are Māori as an identity, and we are deaf. So we have been colonised twice. Our language as Māori, our culture as Māori, has also happened to us as deaf. Our language and our culture has been colonised. This is just really thought-provoking ideology for you to consider your privilege within that space. So our picture up here talks about equity, and as you can see, there's a difference between equality and equity. So equity recognises that each person has different circumstances and allocates the exact resources and opportunities needed to reach an equal outcome. So we ask ourselves, can everyone participate equally? Have barriers to participation been removed? Has access in language needs and preferences been served? These questions relate to equality, but striving for equity is more nuanced. Is there a level playing field for our deaf and hearing performers in regard to communication and creative input? And how can we make this playing field more level? So in terms of our deaf performances, what we need is that hearing performers have already had access to this over the years. For example, providing training that is culturally and linguistically relevant and appropriate. So that's what we did a few months ago, training for our actors. It doesn't equate to the years of professional training that our hearing actors have always had access to. But this is just a step in the right direction. In terms of safeguarding, it's about keeping people safe, welcome and included, with equitable access, like in some of the ways that I've just described to you. We'd also like to consider the whole person when we think about safeguarding. And examples of that is the appreciation of working with a company where there are both deaf and hearing leadership working together. There's no hierarchy, because all that creates is a stronger moment together. Identifying and ensure that you're seeing that I, as a Māori deaf woman, carry two cultures within me. It's important that the whole of me is welcome, as Māori and as deaf. It is also vital to ensure that the whole person feels respected and valued. Having the company work in sign language, including Māori concepts, in the rehearsal room means that we can meet and learn from each other, whilst also respecting the diversity. The end for me. So in conclusion, really, really important that when you do head away from this, what can you think about? Deaf consultation for any project with deaf and hearing actors involved. Cultural awareness, for example, language choices, as well as interpreter access. Have you arranged for these things? Make no assumption. Always check in with your deaf consultant. Partnership between deaf and hearing, and working collaboratively together without any hierarchy. Access is more than an NZSL interpretation. Deaf arts and storytelling benefits all of us here in Aotearoa. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Rahere. Rahere, I'm pretty sure that everybody's going to come into you to seek more information, if you're available. Okay, Nami.
Pai ana.
Question again for you, Stace. Okay, how can non-disabled and hearing people work with deaf and disabled people in a meaningful way?
Awesome. As Rahira said, don't make any assumptions. If you don't know, just ask. A big thing is thinking about access not as logistical processes. It's thinking about it as a relational process, because at the end of the day, it's about people, and deaf and disabled people, we want to be a part of everything you do because we're a part of every community. So it's really important that we're able to access things. And one of the small ways that you can make a change is, for example, if you have a physical space that has a main entrance that has steps and a back entrance around by the rubbish bins that has a ramp, make everyone use that entrance. Make that the entrance that everyone comes through, not just the disabled people. And that's creating that cultural shift that recognises us as equals who just need something different to be in the space with you. Another big thing is that because of ableism, people often have low expectations of what we can do or what we know. So it's really important that you recognise that that comes from exclusion and not having had access to opportunities, as Rahira has talked about. So it's important that when you're working with us, you don't assume what we know or don't know, and don't assume what support we might need or not need. It's really important that if someone does say they need something, that you action it. And if you can't, be honest about it. And on that note, if you are wanting to work with deaf or disabled people, but you're not sure or you're just starting out, that's all good, but just be honest about that, because it gives us a heads up about the level of support that we might have to offer for us to be in the space. Whereas if you know a lot more, then that's going to change the way that we're able to be in the space. It's really important that you budget for access. Accessibility costs money, and so it's important that you think about accessibility from the beginning of your process, so that we're able to be somewhere with our full selves and not have to make changes on the fly or compromise on how we're in the space. And it's also because of wider society being inaccessible, often the barriers that stop us from being artists or being in the arts sector is not actually the art sector. It's those wider systemic barriers of transport, education, employment, health, all of those things. So if you are in a position to be allies in your advocacy and your activism in your communities, reach out to disabled people and ask how we would like you to support our activism. Create opportunities for us to lead our own stories and our own art spaces, as Rahira has talked about, and understand that we have ways of knowing and being and experiencing the world that benefit everyone. We've talked a little bit about crypt time, and I think we're moving into crypt time now. I think we've gone a little bit over time, so apologies for that. But mainly just reach out, have a chat. We want to be a part of things, and we're not scary. And as Rahira said, don't panic. Just have a chat. Meet us where we're at, and we'll meet you where you're at.
Kia ora, Stacey. As you can see, I sit in a space of privilege sitting between these two here. But I also like to leave you with a couple of tohu. Ko au, ko koe, ko koe, ko au. Ko tātou katoa, I be you, you be me, we share similarities. And ko te taonga, ko te whakarongo, our treasure in life is deep listening. So if we all deep listen to each other, I think we'll go places. And you know what? I got one more breath for you. And this is my favorite. It's called the fire breath. It's in the mouth, out the